We're at 10 o'clock. Time to start the meeting. Little housekeeping in the very beginning. Please quiet your cell phones. There is childcare service as usual. Lunch tickets are available, and it benefits the 8th grade class trip. The Adopt a Book program will be going on in the library at lunchtime. You can, well, the time is.
The polls are now open between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Australian ballot for the following of town officers. Select person, 3 years. Lister, 3 years. Auditor, 3 years. Town agent, 1 year.
The moderator is in charge of the meeting. The polls are in charge of the town clerk. So that explains that there. The legal voters of the town of Guilford are warned to meet at the Guilford Central School in the town of Guilford on Tuesday, March 5th at the hour of 10 o'clock, at which time Guilford Town Meeting will commence to act upon the following articles of business. To elect a moderator for the ensuing year. What is your pleasure? Neil Quinn has been thrown into the mix here. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do we have any further nominations? Seeing none, I will declare the nominations closed. All in favor of this guy Quinn and as moderator, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and here I am. Now that I am officially the moderator, I'll give you some of my remarks here. What I like to do, what any moderator should do, is give you a sense of how the town meeting works. And so I have a few things about, I've been attending Vermont town meetings for almost 50 years, and I think the process is important. I try to keep things moving smoothly. I'd like to limit each speaker to 5 minutes. The speakers must be Guilford registered voters. You should all have been given a voter card to show when it's time to vote. A non-voter may speak only with what they call a suspension of the rules, requiring a 2/3 vote. These meetings are conducted using Robert's Rules of Order, although sometimes Vermont statutes supersede Roberts. There may be some issues today about which you have strong feelings. Please remember that we are all neighbors here. I've noticed that a good trend that more people are willing to speak and ask questions irregardless of years in town or meetings attended. I think that's a very good thing. To make a motion or to speak to an issue, please stand and be recognized by the moderator, wait for the microphone, and state your name, please, because it helps to, when Penny is making the minutes, to know who you are. And if you want to say that you live on Sweet Pond Road or somewhere, that's fine too, just to help people out. Motions cannot be made while someone else has the floor. If you feel that a voice vote is not clear, you may call for a division, meaning everybody will be asked to stand and be counted. Have your voter card ready to show. If you feel a vote needs a paper ballot, 7 voters must agree. So I'll just ask for the hands of 7 people, and then we can proceed with a paper ballot. If you want to move to call the question or move the previous question, which means you're fed up with the amount of talk there has been, you would like to bring it to a vote right away, the motion must be second, the debate ceases, and it requires a 2/3 vote. If so voted, we vote immediately on the motion or amendment on the floor. You cannot discuss the issue and then end that discussion by calling the question. It has to be a separate recognized by the moderator. In order to move things along, I may sometimes use the phrase, if there is no objection. as in, if there is no objection, we will suspend the rules to allow our representative to speak. If one voter calls out objection, then I will immediately call for the two-thirds vote necessary to suspend the rules. If something is going on and you don't understand, or things have gotten too confusing, it's possible to call out point of order or point of information, and I will, if possible, try to clarify things. So, I did find out something interesting when I was doing something else about town meeting, that Tom Jefferson once said, "Town meeting is the wisest invention ever devised by the wit of man for the perfect exercise of self-government." So it didn't seem to catch on elsewhere, but when the first Vermont town was chartered in 1749, one of their articles of business was to elect a moderator of Bennington's first meeting. Article 2, to act upon the report of the town auditors. Kathy, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we accept the town auditor's report with a few changes.
This is Kathy Wilkin, the librarian, and has many other hats in town.
Proofread. And make a mistake. On page 11, the top line of the select board fund, right, is wrong. So just put a line through that 225, 751, 80 line, because it's the wrong number. The correct number is taxes general 301, 192. What?
Yep.
Step away from the loudspeaker and it does sound louder.
Better.
Now, okay. On page 11, the first line under taxes, taxes general should not be there, just draw a line through it. It does not affect the bottom line. It was a placeholder that I missed. On page 12, the first line under select board, which is select board salaries, draw a line through it. It doesn't change the bottom line. There are a few others, but they're not important.
All right, we have a motion to accept the town report. Do we have a second on that? Second. Yes, Richard. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on accepting the report of the town. All in favor of accepting it, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes seem to have it, and we have accepted that report. Article 3, to act upon the report of the library trustees. What is your pleasure? Richard.
I move that the town accept the report of the library trustees as indicated on page 4748 of the town of Guilford, Vermont.
All right, so accepting this report is on the floor. Do we have a second? We have a second. Richard, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I think that you'll all see from the report that you've probably read earlier that the library has become, or continues to become, an amazing center of learning, hospitality, reception, youth education, adult education, high-tech technology. We've been able to purchase more computers, add to the collection, both the paper collection and the electronic collection, and the library more and more, and it pleases me, and I'm sure that it pleases you, and if you stop by the library, you will see the tremendous activity that's going on there to make this library a hearth for our community, a center of life and a center of learning. And so I hope you will accept the report as well as the proposed budget. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on the library report? Seeing none, we will vote on accepting the report. All those in favor of the library trustees' report say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it and accepted. Article 4. Actually, I had talked with Michael, our representative, and I indicated that we might like to hear from him. If it's okay with you, we will suspend the rules and allow our representative, who is a Vernon resident and without this cannot speak, if there's no objection, we will allow him to speak. All right, would you like to give us a few words?
Thank you, Neil. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. And also thank you for allowing me the honor of representing Guilford in Montpelier. It has been a pleasure doing so, and I'm going to make this very brief. You have a large agenda today. You may have noticed I did not bring a report with me this year. I wrote my report 4 times last week, and each day I threw it away because everything changed in Montpelier. I wrote it again last night, and thank you, Governor Shumlin. Things changed again this morning when he announced that he's reconsidering his stance on broad-based taxes. So everything in Montpelier is in flux. Some of the things that we do know is that we're receiving great support for our Sweet Pond project. And I would like to thank Richard for hosting the group at his home. It's been very nice. He's very hospitable, and it's a great environment to work out strategies. I don't know how many of you know the situation on the Sweet Pond Dam as it currently is. Forest Parks and Recreation had a $900,000 cut in their budget. So many of the projects that were in the queue have been delayed and placed on a 2-year schedule further out. One of those projects was the restoration of Sweet Pond Dam. I was very, very concerned about that because I was thinking dam safety wanted the dam, that's DAM safety, wanted the dam out within a year. Fortunately, we have developed a great ally in Mike Schneider. He's the Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation. He's 100% behind our project, and he's been a driving force in Montpelier to keep us in the queue and keep the budgeted amount designated for Sweet Pond. I met with Deb Markowitz last week, and she is also a strong supporter of the Sweet Pond project. So there's very good news. They're going to try and hold off the dam safety people as long as they can so that our projects will be done and done the way the town of Vernon wants it to be done. I mean, Guilford wants it to be done. I suppose Vernon does too. Everybody over there likes Sweet Pond too. So, so it's good news about Sweet Pond. It is delayed, but it's alive. This morning, I was asked about a bill that I sponsored, a mental health bill. It's actually a criminal threatening bill, but that was a result of the incident where we had to shut down our schools and put them on lockdown. When I inquired with the state police and the sheriff's department, what I found was that it's very difficult for the police officers to identify someone who may be in crisis and take them for treatment. They have to actually wait for a court order. So my bill, the intention of my bill is that we'll have officers that are trained to recognize mental issues, and they'll be allowed to take a person to a facility for emergency care. Very much like a physical illness. If a state trooper pulled up and saw me on the side of the road bleeding, he could take me to BMH. But if he pulled up and I was dancing on the side of the road naked and screaming at traffic, he would have to sit with me until he got a warrant to take me in. So hopefully that will help. And also in the bill, there is a section on criminal threatening, which if the bill passes, if you threaten a school or a public building such as Town Hall, if you said I'm going to come over to Town Hall and do something, that would be a felony offense now. And currently it's not. Unless you actually physically threaten someone, there's not a whole lot the police can do. There are many other issues in the State House. What I would really like to do is thank you all. Guilford, I get a lot of email and a lot of calls from the folks in Guilford that weigh in on issues. And I appreciate that because it helps me make my decisions much easier. Okay. One of the big issues right now, and I'm sure many of you have heard it, is the sugar tax. That's very controversial. It's a penny per ounce on a soda or soft drink. And wherever you are on the issue of health and that things, my main objection to the sugar tax is the purpose they want to put it for is to fund the health care system. And I don't think we should be funding the health care system on a tax that in all likelihood will be a diminishing revenue source. We need to find, if we're going to fund health care, we need to find a sustainable source of revenue for the health care system. So I'm not going to delay any longer, but what I am going to do is I'm going to stay here throughout the morning. If you have any questions about anything going on in Montpelier, or if you want to know about transportation, education, taxes, anything at all, I will be here, make myself available to you. I'm going to leave some cards on the table over there so that you can contact me in Montpelier, and please contact me if you have any questions. It's hugely important. That's your best method to influence legislation, is to contact your representatives and your senators. So with that, I will thank you again for allowing me to address you, and thank you for allowing me to be a representative. And have a great day. I know you're going to be real busy. Thanks.
With apologies to Mike, we now get down to the meat and potatoes of the meeting here. Article 4, shall the town vote to appropriate $801,900 and raise through taxes and other sources of revenues funds sufficient to defray the highway expenses for the coming fiscal year?
I move the article.
The article has been placed before us. Do we have a second? Richard. Do we have, would you like to discuss that?
Yeah, as usual, we try to keep our budget as close to level funded as we can. But this year, if you travel the Center Road, you'll notice down there there's a section of guardrail, band rail that is somewhat ready to go in the brook. And that's the $12,500 increase on the guardrails. There's going to be some stonework and stuff for that. Other than that, I'd like to turn it over to Dan to tell us where he is with FEMA and his hopes for equipment in the near future.
My name's Dan Zabreski. I'm the road commissioner. We got a little bit more FEMA work to do down in various parts of town. That all we got left to do is just do some re-graveling.
Dan, I think the mic is set, so it just needs to be closer to your mouth, I think.
This better?
Yes.
So we got some more FEMA work to do. As far as our general maintenance and winter maintenance budget, we're about halfway through everything. Hopefully, if we don't have too bad of a mud season, things are looking pretty good. And on the equipment, we're on a 10-year cycle on all our equipment, which we like to try to get rid of them. Well, we can get some good money for trade-in on them, and our next big purchase will be coming up next year. Will be a new grader, which our capital plan has been working out very well. And this year we're going to hold off a year because the grader is going to be a little bit more than what we bought them in the past. So, as far as equipment goes, that's about all there is. So, and also, it's this time of year. Roads are getting soft. They're getting potholes and. Of course, we're going to have that nice brown goo here pretty quick, so just have to be patient. Don't be afraid to call. Let me know where you got a mud hole or whatever, and we can try to get to you as quick as we can. And appreciate all the support from the people, so thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 4? Ann?
Britt, I'd just like to thank Dan and our amazing road crew. We are very, very lucky here in Guilford to have a very experienced crew who works really hard to hold the line on expenses and yet keep our roads in top shape, and we appreciate it every day. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, Veranda.
I just wanted to say that I have occasion to drive from, Guilford into Leiden and into Bernardston on a regular basis, and the deterioration of road conditions every time you cross a border is so marked. And, we get to see up on the Packer Corners Road, Dickie Garland, coming up after a whole night of plowing, and it's just incredible, the service that they give us. I'm really touched by it.
Further discussion? I don't see any hands, so we will be voting on the Article 4's motion to appropriate $801,900 and raise through taxes and other sources and so on funds sufficient to defray the highway expenses. All in favor of this article, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and we have voted the highway budget. Article 5. Shall the town vote to appropriate $712,285.07 to raise through taxes and other sources of revenue funds sufficient to defray the general expenses for the next year? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the article.
The article has been moved as printed. Do we have a second? Okay. All right. Would you like to speak for that?
Before I actually talk about the specifics of this article, I would like to point your attention to page 2 in your town report. Page 2 is a first pass, and I think an excellent one, at our efforts to make our budget process and what we end up with more transparent to voters. If you have not yet had a chance to read that narrative about town finances, I hope even after the meeting you take time to read it. Katie Buckley wrote it, and I think it does a really good job explaining some of the things about municipal finances that make it quite different from a business finances. So I'm hoping you find it as informative as I have. There are some specific things in that report that are different this year from other years. And I would just like to point out, 3/4 of the way down that narrative, there's a discussion about a change we've made in terms, and I'll show you where it happens in our budgets. It has to do with the transfer out category of budgets. When we get money in and it goes directly out, it will not show up in our actual budget numbers as a budgeted item, because most people tend to look just at the expenses in a budget and they don't look at the revenues to notice that if you're getting money in for something, your revenues are up, and then if it's going out, your expenses are up. And most people just say, gee, our expenses are up there, without noticing the revenues are as well. So that's one change. Another change is that the capital fund, which we have had in place for the past 3 or 4 years, will not be a special article anymore, but will be part of our general budget, starting with this next budget year, for the one we're voting on right now. So having said that, I want to turn your attention to the actual budget pages and point out a few changes, significant changes. If you look on page 12 of the budget, you're going to see that the bookkeeper line item, which is at the bottom of page 12, has increased significantly. And there are a couple reasons for that. You will find in other parts of the budget that the assistant town treasurer position no longer exists. That has been eliminated. And instead, we have gone to a bookkeeper structure. We've done this for a number of reasons. And I would just point out, I'm sure you're all aware, and you've been reading the news over the past year, and it struck us very locally right here in our backyard, the Algiers Fire District, that embezzlement and mismanagement of town funds is something that can happen in a small town. We have instituted this bookkeeper position because we feel it creates more checks and balances to our financial oversight. We hired last year Peter Hetzel, who many of you know. He's a resident of Green River, and he has outstanding financial background and has done an excellent job for us and continues to. So along with that change, you'll notice that the town clerk position is increased, and that's on page 14. So that Penny Marine, who is our outstanding town clerk, is putting more of her energy into the town clerk work. She maintains her town treasurer hat, but just for 10 hours a week. 30 hours a week goes to the town clerk work. Because of that, we cut back on the assistant town clerk. So Penny is still there. She's handling the bulk of the town clerk work, and we have cut back on both her work as the town treasurer and the assistant town treasurer is gone. The other thing I want to point out to you is actually on page 14. I mentioned it about the capital fund. If you, the capital fund now at the top of page 14 is actually, it says special article, but it's going to be a transfer out fund, and it will become part of our general budget, which is one of the reasons why our budget went up. It's actually not a budget increase, it's just shifting it over to the general budget. Let me see what else. I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to tell you. Overall, the increase to our budget, if you compare apples to apples, and it's a little harder this year because we've prepared our budget a little differently, but overall the increase is a $60,000 increase, but half of that is the fire department budget, which is now, again, in our general budget. It's not separated out. So, questions? I thoroughly confused you, right? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Here. Yeah, that's fine. Just state your name, please, so people know.
Hi, my name is Kelly Young. It's my first time here, so I'm a little new at this. But can you explain to me why there is no proposed for the librarian?
Yes. That is one of those accounts that we have created this year, and it's called a pass-through account. So actually the money is not a part of, make sure I'm getting this right, it's not part of our regular budget. That money is collected through a special article for the library funds and then goes directly to the library. So where you see it zeroed out, you're going to see a number of things zeroed out. Let me just point them all out to you. That's one. Another one is right up above that, Kelly, is the delinquent tax collector. It's because the tax collector collects her funds and gets paid with those. So that would have been a revenue increase and an expense increase, and we're just putting it in its own separate line. Another one, where's another one of the pass-throughs? The Guilford Volunteer Fire Department Insurance, which is on page 13 near the top. You see that zeroed out? That's not, it's not actually that we're not funding that anymore. Just, yes. And it's just a different, we're just doing our accounting a little differently, so those show up differently.
Any further discussion? Yes, Richard. I think that's the Richard department over there.
Richard Davis. By putting the fire department into the new budget process, does that change the corporate structure, any of the details of the fire department?
No.
It's only for the insurance, Richard. Any more discussion on this article? Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Lisa Holderness. I am not keeping up with you, and I left my notes at home,
But about the bookkeeper, town clerk change, I'm just wondering how those numbers work out, because I see a decrease of $7,419 in the assistant, I think. And I think I see about a $26,000 increase when you look at the clerks and the bookkeeper. And that seems like a pretty significant expense. I just wondered.
That's not accurate.
That's what, so could you check that?
There is an increase, and you're absolutely right. The wage that we're paying a bookkeeper is higher than the wage we were paying the assistant town clerk, and that's changed from about, that's the reason for the primary amount of increase, which is $13,000, I think, and that's the only overall increase. The town clerk? But if you look at the town treasurer, you'll see that's balanced.
Any more discussion? Yes. Microphone over.
Hi, I'm Mary Thome of Carpenter Hill Road. I'm just curious who our health officer is and what their role is.
You take that, Richard.
I received a packet in the mail last summer that said I was appointed as health officer. However, Dolores Hale is our official health officer, and she responds to calls where there may be some danger of disease from trash, garbage, whatever, or other issues along that line. We don't have a lot of calls for that, but we have had some in the past. I would expect now that I've been appointed I can go with it, but other than that, it's not a big job. It requires fines at some point if she goes somewhere and says, well, you have a mess here, you got to clean it up. Actually, we did have one of those where there was dog droppings all over the place, and they can get fined if they don't follow up and clean up like they're supposed to. But other than that, it's basically a go look and see what we got issue.
Any more discussion on Article 5? I see none. We will vote to see if the town will appropriate $712,285.07 and raise through taxes and other sources of revenues funds sufficient to defray the general expenses. All those in favor of appropriating that amount of money, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and we have made that appropriation. Article 6. Shall the voters authorize the establishment of a reserve fund in accordance with 24 Vermont statutes annotated section 2804A for the purpose of funding unanticipated revenue shortfalls and paying non-recurring and unanticipated general and highway fund expenditures, the balance of which shall be created and maintained using budget surplus funds as available, growing to a level not less than 5% and not more than 20% of the total operating general fund and highway fund expenditures. What is your pleasure?
Moderator, I'd like to move the article.
The article has been placed before us. Do we have a second? Yes. Would you like to speak to that, Troy?
I would. Troy Rivas, Melody Hill. What this is everyone needs to kind of look back at our friend Irene and what this town went through, what we actually did. We had a surplus because our road commissioner had not done his retreatment of roads and stuff like that, so we really didn't take it in the back pocket. So what we're essentially asking for is, and correct me if I'm wrong, my fellow select board members, anything that's left over in the budget as surplus, we're asking the town to put that into a reserve fund in case something else happens, that if we have already done like our retreatment, we don't have any extra money that we can fall back onto that when we're waiting on the money to come in from FEMA, which right now we are still waiting on money from FEMA from Irene.
That surplus would be strictly from the general fund. The highway fund is rolled over into the highway.
Any further discussion on this article?
Can I, Neil?
Yes, Ann.
Also, I'm going to refer you again to your town report article, page 4. At the top of it, there is an article about this establishment of a reserve fund. This is really just good practice. It's like having a savings account in your home for if there's an unanticipated emergency. We have created enough checks and balances to make sure that it stays within a range that's acceptable, and we feel that this down payment, this $44,000 that we had surplus for our last fiscal year, would be completely insignificant to return to the taxpayers, but will be a good cushion for us to have in our town coffers if needed, as Troy mentioned.
Yes.
Evelyn McLean, Packer Corners Road. Just a question, if those FEMA funds ever come in, would they then also go into that surplus fund? Or what would happen with them?
Dan, you want to speak to that if you could? Yeah.
Well, I think what would happen would be the whatever FEMA funds we get back will reimburse our accounts that we took the money out of to pay for what we did, the work we done, like equipment, material. It'll go back into the highway fund that way.
Yes, sir. Calvin over here.
Calvin Grady, Bunny Vale Road. But Dan, if
You got to speak up, Calvin.
Dan, if the money was taken out of other accounts, then there wouldn't be any money surplus to put into this slush fund. So I'm a little confused at how you can pay back to a fund that had a surplus.
What we did is I didn't do any paving because that was Irene hit. And I took the money from the paving project, 160, which covered our costs. So we didn't have to go borrow money to cover our expenses.
So that doesn't amount to a surplus?
What will happen is all the money that we spent for rental equipment and equipment will go back in the accounts to reimburse what would actually be going back to the capital plan, the capital project.
I guess I'm confused at how there could possibly be a surplus if the money was spent in other places. It just doesn't make sense to me, but that's why I'm asking.
Well, the year before, I had a paving grant, which we got I think it was like 140,000. So we had some extra money, and so I did some extra paving with it, and we did do the paving. Plus, we had the money that I didn't spend on paving because of my rate. So what will happen is a lot of that money will go back in. The way I understand it, we'll be reversing our wages, any equipment, any rent equipment, will go back into the capital plan like that.
Dan, I think Katie might have something to contribute to.
Hi, I think I can add a little bit. Okay. In fiscal year 11, the highway budget had $115,000 surplus. So that acted as a cushion for us to be able to balance cash flow during Irene. So as expenses were taking place for Irene and we were seeking reimbursement, that $115,000 acted as a float for us. So it wasn't out of the general fund that the money was that was taking the hit. It was the highway fund surplus. So you'll notice on page 10 that this year the surplus for highway is 111, which is actually a net decrease of $4,000 from the prior year. I know that's hard to kind of see that, But we are, at this point, with FEMA, we're flat in terms of reimbursement. So we're at zero. The work that Dan's talking about and doing in the spring are for some large projects that we haven't been able to seek reimbursement for yet until the project is fully completed. And the full completion is the graveling that will take place. And once that's all done, all of the invoices for the gravel, all of the hours that will get paid for our man-hours, that will go as a complete package to FEMA that will seek reimbursement for that project. So we still have outstanding money. And when that comes in, it will have to be decided what to do with that. It will come back into the highway budget, though, so it will roll over. Does that help?
I would just say, on this topic, is that if you don't have enough time to spend the money in one year, it should not roll over to the next year, because you probably won't have enough time the next year, unless it comes before this group again the second time as a project. So I'm going to just say that I'm opposed to this particular aspect of the budget.
The money that comes back in is highway money, and by statute that rolls over from year to year.
Any further discussion? Yes.
Hal Coons on the Stage Road. Just a point of information. Did I understand you to say that the $44,000 we're talking about here is not a highway surplus, it's a town surplus? Okay, so okay, that's where it came from. It's not that there was a highway surplus. Okay, thank you.
More discussion? I see no hands. We will go ahead and vote on Article 6. I will not read the whole thing. We're voting to authorize the establishment of a reserve fund for funding unanticipated revenue shortfalls and so on. All in favor of establishing this reserve fund, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. I would say that the ayes have it, and we have adopted the establishment. Article 7, shall the town appropriate the sum of $1,000 for the purpose of organizing the efficient management of invasive species in Guilford? Do we have a motion? Microphone, please.
I move the adoption of the article.
The article is in front of us. Do we have a second? Yes, Veranda. Go ahead, John.
We're talking about the invasive plants that are coming into Guilford. I would suggest, if you haven't read it, that you read the report of the Conservation Commission on page 54. That will tell you what has happened up to now in regard to invasive species. And my name is John Christensen, and I live as far north in Guilford as you can get without getting into Brattleboro on Bonnievale Road. This matter of invasive species has really concerned the committee, the Conservation Commission. The conservation really also has to do, and basically has to do, with preservation. Preservation of Guilford as we've known it and as it has existed for the past 250 years. 250 years ago, or thereabouts, it was the settlers who came up from largely Connecticut, cut down the forests, and opened up the land and the meadows that we now have and which have supported Guilford since its original organization 250 years ago. And what we're talking about really is the maintenance of the fields that were opened up by the original settlers and which also formed the basic financial basis for the town. When you consider that the grand list includes basically the real estate in the town of Guilford, and the tax rates are based on that value. To the extent that the value of the land is decreased, our tax rates will go up. Now, we are concerned about what now seems like a small problem. But when we have invasive species, such as, for instance, the multiflora rose. I don't know if you know what a multiflora rose plant is, but it's a plant which grows large, is full of prickers and so forth, stickers. You can't get very close to it. In fact, it was a plant that was originally suggested for living fences, where you could plant these plants and they would hold cattle and other animals within the space covered by those plants. They're really, really tough, and they come in very quickly. Where I live, my daughter's land is just north of where our house is, and up above her place is the Beek property. And on Beek land, open land, the multiflora rose started coming in about 2 or 3 years, well, maybe 4 years ago. And it's astounding how quickly they came in and started filling up that field. The Beek people have employed a professional to come in and clear that up. But it does take, if it gets out of control, it takes professionals with professional machinery and money to clear them out. Now, we have to be concerned about the spread of these plants in Guilford. The multiflora rose is just one of them. And I'm not the sort of person who can remember all of the various types of plants, but what I do hear is that they are very largely encroaching on the edges of our fields. And you can see them if you drive along the roads. The road that I see them mostly on is, well, Harry Evans. If you go by Harry Evans' place and look up toward where his house is, you will see the plants, especially the multiflora rose, has come in and is taking over a large portion of his property. And also, if I drive from the library up, I can't remember the road by the library, but it goes up. Carpenter Hill property. As you go up Carpenter Hill property away, and you turn right on the road that goes by the Clarks and Boyd Farm, you'll see also along the road in that area these invasive, in that case particularly the multiflora rose, starting to come in and come in heavily. Well, that explains what we're concerned about. We have to develop a system where these things can be controlled, and we've got to do it soon. Because when you have these plants come in, there'll be one plant this year, there'll be 2 the next year, there'll be 4, 8, and they fill up the field much more quickly than you realize. What we have to do, and why we're asking for $1,000, and it doesn't sound like very much when you consider all the other money we're talking about, we have to, starting with the Conservation Commission, bring in people who know what to do about this sort of thing. Professionals from wherever they come. There are people who know what to do with these things. We have to then have those people meet with the landowners who are particularly affected by this growth. But we all are. It isn't just the landowners that are affected by what is happening from these invasive plants. There have always been invasives, of course. Al Franklin was telling, you know, all know probably who Al Franklin was. He's one of the... I don't see him here, but Al is, he was telling me the other day that when he was a child, the children would be out in the fields when the farmers were working, and it was the children who would be going around digging out or pulling out the invasive plants. If we're going to develop ways and means that we can handle these plants, we might be able, for instance, so many of our young people aren't able to find a job in the summer these days, we might be able to develop procedures in the town that will help us control this problem.
John, can you tell us what the $1,000 would be used for specifically?
Well, specifically, the $1,000 will be used for, number one, paying people who will come in and work with the town in setting up programs on how to control these plants. And that's part of it. We would also perhaps have to do some traveling ourselves around to find out what is being done in other places and how it's being done. It's such a serious problem that we felt that we shouldn't be limited in what our expenses might be when they won't be major, but what our expenses might be in getting the sort of expert opinions and demonstrations for our present landowners as well as for the town itself. It's a serious problem. We are worried about it on the compensation committee, and we hope that you will see fit to allow us that small, relatively small amount. Yes.
What are you doing about the organic?
Judy, could you stand and speak?
Judy Freed on Farm Road. What are you doing about the farmers who have organic farms or land is organically maintained?
Well, the invasive species will affect organic property.
I know, but how do we get rid of them organically?
Oh, I don't. My daughter, who has a piece of land abutting on our land just north of us, her land is between our land and the Beek property. And because there were plants on the Beek property, of course, they invaded her property also, and have been invading. What we have had to do, there's a fellow in town called Robert Spring, and Robert Spring has a device on the front of his tractor which is able to go into these prickly, great big bushes and cut them down and remove the root and kill the plant. You have to get the roots out, of course.
To clarify, Judy, I think I would say that even though the moderator is not really supposed to be part of the discussion, but if it's an organic property, then you don't use herbicides, you use mechanical means. Do we have any further discussion on this, Lisa?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
On the other side, you can take the mic over there. There.
Lisa Holderness, I actually just wanted to say something about that. I actually think it's ironic that this item comes up right after the highway budget and the talk about the extra money. So invasive species are a really big problem in my mind, and where I see it predominantly, the knotweed is going to change our landscape forever. That's the one that's a bigger, newer issue. The multiflora rose has been around, and actually farmers get a tiny bit of money if they sign up for a conservation program to work on eradicating it on farm property. So I wouldn't put the emphasis of this money there, although I would completely support it. I think that this money should go to bringing an expert in to help us in the highway department, because if you pay attention to these things, it's actually our property that is the biggest issue and that is causing the problem. It's the town property along roadways and in unmanaged areas that aren't considered, important to whoever owns them, if it's along the edge of the roadway, within the 10 feet, whatever it is, and along our waterways, especially after the flooding. And the flood work that was done spread knotweed and caused problems that we will be dealing with for a long, long time, as we, in our best faith efforts and good hard work, went about trying to take care of the problem. So I think this money should be supported, and that it should specifically go to a contractor to work with our highway department so we can develop a town-wide plan so that we as the town are not the problem. As a small organic farmer, we get $60 an acre to eradicate these things on our property, but the biggest problem for me is along the roadway at the bottom of Sugar House Hill Road, and the biggest place I see it is at the corner of Bennett, where that's, in my traveling, that's where I see it. It's incredible over the last 10 years. And the knotweed along the highway edges is actually a huge safety issue too, because it causes bad visibility in some areas as it gets very tall and stops all other vegetation from growing. And once it gets established, it's nearly impossible to take care of. So the best thing we could do is try not to be spreading it with our regular routine culvert maintenance as a town. So I wouldn't worry about helping the property owners as much as helping us as the owners of the Guilford properties. Thanks.
Yes, Jackie, in the back of the room.
I think, is this on? Okay, my father-in-law used to talk about multi-floral roses all the time. And if you can do it, I'm surprised it's only $1,000, and I would support that 100% for this. And I also think that any farmers that have them understand how terrible they are, and they really just, they breed or whatever they do, they go all over the place, and it's really hard to control. So I think it's really great money well spent, and it will help farmers that are using their land. That this stuff takes over like wildfire, so I like it.
Further discussion? David?
I totally agree with what John's been telling us, because I've been fighting those thorn bushes for years. I could swear they reach out and grab you when you try to walk by. However, I have a question on the wording of the motion itself, because it doesn't specify plant species. It could include insect species, animal species, might even hold our town population to a constant number. And perhaps that ought to be amended in some way.
Any further? Yes.
I'm Karen Murphy. Is that working? I'm Karen Murphy. I live in West Guilford. I'm part of the Conservation Commission. So I obviously support this. It was probably a little bit of an oversight not to put plant invasives in the motion. However, if you're going to lunch or at some point there's a break, I'd like to invite you to look at our display in the hallway out here. We have examples of the 5 different plant species that we're concerned with. There are many more, but these big 5. And there are also brochures that you can take. Thank you. Linda Hecker is holding one up for you. Please take one. And there's also a Planning Commission survey, and on that survey are some questions about just this issue. So we would really like it if you would fill that out, and so we know what we're going with. I also think, despite what Lisa said, I think restricting the fund, that $1,000 to the highway, is a little restrictive because we want to do education and research as well. So thank you.
John?
Call the question.
The question has been called, which means that debate has to cease, and we move, provided that we have a 2/3 majority to do that. So all those in favor of ceasing debate and bringing this thing to a vote, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. I think that sounds like 2/3. We will then vote on the motion to appropriate $1,000 for this purpose. All those in favor of appropriating that sum, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. We have appropriated that. And we will move on to Article 8. Shall the town vote to continue membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission and raise and appropriate the sum of $3,775 to defray the town's share of its expense? Do we have an article? A motion?
Move the article.
The article has been placed before us as written, and do we have a second? And would you like to speak to it?
Is there anyone else here from Wyndham Regional? Yes, okay. Will you speak to this, please? I'm a new member. I know nothing.
We get a lot more for our money by being involved than if we dropped out.
Any further comments? You don't have to be quite that brief if you don't want to. Yeah.
I will just say that as a member of the Select Board, I am constantly grateful for the help Wyndham Regional Commission gives us with all kinds of tasks that we are assigned to do. And I think, as Bill implied, it is money very well spent.
Any further discussion? David?
I'm not sure I always need this mic, but I'll use it. I think as one of the original commissioners for the town of Guilford, way back when, this is still the best investment, I think, of our funds, and I favor it completely.
Any more discussion? I see no hands. We will go ahead and vote on continuing membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission for $3,775. All in favor of doing so, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Article 9. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $27,000 for the Guilford Free Library? Do we have a motion? Richard.
I move the article. In addition to what...
Could we have your last name for a change, Richard?
Wazansky.
Good.
Packer Corners Road.
Do we have a second? Would you like to speak to it, Richard?
Yes, just in addition to what I've already said about the wonders of the library, I forgot to mention the fact that in regard to the budget, that the trustees of the library work very hard to raise money to add, to supplement the town's, what the town provides for the library's existence. So that's a very important piece of the equation of the budget. The trustees work in having bake sales, special events, selling water at the fair, and the book sale. So it's a sort of partnership between the town and the library itself to raise the funds for the budget. And I think that that's a laudatory effort. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on the library article? I see none. We will vote on Article 9. We will be voting to raise and appropriate the sum of $27,000 for the Guilford Free Library. All in favor of raising that amount, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Have what?
We ran out of these. Can I take over for a second?
Oh.
It's very inappropriate.
As the Board of Civil Authority.
We really apologize for running out of these. A number of you checked in and did not get the paper ballots, which you will only need if someone calls for a paper ballot. We are asking people, any time in the next little while, you can, if you would go back to the plate, if you didn't get one, go back to the table you checked in at, and you will be given one. Thank you very much.
At our fire department trustees meeting last night, somebody asked me when we would be bringing this particular fire department article in front of us. And I, in my wisdom, I said, well, let's say about 11:14. So, what do you think? Article 10. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $201,726 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department? What is your pleasure? Fred? Do we have a second? And would you like to discuss it, Fred, as the motion maker?
Yes. Sure. This is coming through? Yes. Okay. I serve as secretary to the Department of the Board of Trustees and have for several years. We also have with us our president, Jerry Baker. We have our fire chief, also present for any specific questions. This request is a large sum, but I can assure you that the fire department trustees spend several sessions working on keeping it with two things in mind. One is keeping it as small as possible, but two is keeping it adequate to give this town adequate fire and rescue services. The calls now number about 60% are for rescue services. That means accidents. That means all of our members, fire department volunteers, and the first responder people are on call 24/7, year-round. The call goes out in the middle of the night. They are expected to drop their personal things and go. And I cannot say enough on behalf of the Board of Trustees of praise for the men and the women who serve you, every single one of you, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you have any specific questions, we would, between Jerry and myself and our fire chief, be pleased to answer them.
Any further discussion on this? Yes, in the back of the room. Could you get your microphone, please?
Why there's no...
I'm sorry, and your name, please?
Dolores Clark. This year, there's no invoiced, as far as revenues, there's no invoiced calls. Are you not charging for going on to 91 and doing that anymore? Question number one. Question number two is, this is a 10% increase, and as I understand, it's mostly for painting the building. And if every 7 or 8 years we're going to want another $18,000, maybe it should be looked at that we put vinyl siding on it. And was that looked at as opposed to every 8 years spending $20,000 to paint the building?
So, Jared, would you like to answer those, please?
Jared Bristol, Fire Chief. Calls, invoice calls. We do still bill for calls, but the volume of billable calls has gone down throughout the year, and you can only do so much to get money out of people, especially the way the times are. We have had very low people response for those calls that have come in. We still are doing it, though. And as far as the increase, all of it is not going towards painting the building. The first step in that is we've had a representative from Sherwin-Williams come and look at the building. The clapboards on the building are fine. The problem we're having is the trim. The trim is rotting off the building. We don't think it's a paint issue. We think it's a product issue, and we also think it's a problem with how a portion of it was constructed, because it wasn't sealed when it was put up, meaning that the clapboards to the trim was not sealed, which needs to be done, which that's our first deal that we're going to deal with this year, and which pretty much large sum of that money is going to go towards, because it all has to be caulked. The parts of the building that are rotten have to be stripped and brought all down to rotten, taken out. The good wood has to be put back in. It all has to be primed and painted. Then we can proceed with building this fund up so maybe the year after next or whenever it needs to be, the building can be painted. The other things that are going to be done with that money is we also have to do other maintenance in the building, such as doing the apparatus floor. There's some maintenance issues with trucks. Now that all of them don't have warranties on them anymore, the brush truck's going to need some attention. And a portion of this money also is going towards the utility truck we're trying to purchase to take the strain off the brush truck. Because that is a 1995 brush truck that we're running on service calls on 91, fully dressed to go into the woods, and we're running it at 60 miles an hour down the highway.
Any further discussion?
I was just wondering if you looked at that vinyl or different instead of replacing this.
Neil would have to answer that. When they built the building on, he was the general contractor on that to oversee everything on what the discussions were clapboards versus vinyl. Like I said, the clapboards are not having an issue right now. They're holding up fine. It's the trim. It's the pre-painted finger jointed trim that what we're told is the moisture's getting behind it and it's pushing the paint off. So we've already taken a bunch of volunteers and time out of our busy days. We got the material donated last year. We went through on multiple service days, weekends, after work at night and replaced that trim, but it's still happening. There's other spots now that are popping up, so we're trying to deal with it and figure out what's going on.
The painting, originally, Dolores, it was going to be a much larger amount. Then once we looked into it, we realized that we didn't need to do very much of that. So I think the clapboards are going to go on for years and years and years. So it was a misunderstanding when we started the budget process. Then we cut it way back because we knew we didn't need all of that. Any further discussion on the fire department budget? Yes.
I'm having trouble finding this this line item broken down somewhere in the town report. Jane Cruck-Mulney, Guilford Center Road. Is this budget item broken down somewhere in the town report? I can't find it. 45? But this says 2011. I'm looking for the proposed. I'm just wondering what the 201,000 is comprised of. I just don't see it. Is it here somewhere, or maybe it isn't?
We're a private organization, so we don't put our budget in here, but we have copies of it here, so if you'd like to know.
Okay, so that's not part of the select board budget then, right, at this point?
Correct. Yes. Lisa.
I'm hoping someone else would ask about just the details of the dispatching charge of $20,296 and the payroll charge of $13,682. And I do still always have this question about the volunteer fire department and how it's been divided.
I think our representative to the dispatching service is still here. Is Mike not here? Jared, maybe you. Oh.
Hi, I'm Mike Kachuk. I'm on the board of directors at Southwest Fire Dispatch. We dispatch 70 some odd towns in Vermont and New Hampshire. And every year, as everybody else's budgets go up, is insurance, payroll, dues to retirement accounts. Technology is a big change over there. They're able to do simulcasting, toning, which we used to be able to only hear our tones usually if we were in Guilford. Now myself or anybody can be as far away as White River Junction sometimes and hear the call when we have it. But they run a multi-million-dollar dispatching center over there with technology that's way over my head. But I know the increase has been around $1,000 roughly every year, and it is due to insurance increases the general increases that we're all facing every day.
And it's based on a formula that every town follows?
Yes, it is. It's based on a formula, how many people are in your town, the amount of calls you go on, our capital layout. It's a very lengthy formula. It is something that if anybody's interested in, we can get it for them. If you need to know, you can go on, you can call Fire Mutual Aid or go on firemutualaid.com and get information from there if you need it.
Lisa, was there a second part of your question I missed?
I'm not clear what we pay $13,682 for. It looks like payroll services is how I would guess that is, but what is that?
Who would like to field that? Jared?
I could try to field that. That would be what we consider our firefighter retention. The guys and women who go to calls every day, night and day, we try to help them out with the times, the way they are, and we give them a $10 gas card on every call that they go on, and that's where that number comes up with. So it depends on how many calls we go, how many people show up. It's a small reimbursement to the members.
And in the interest of full disclosure, we also pay a treasurer a stipend. Any more? Yes, Robert.
Robert Stack, Sweet Pond Road. I just want to say, you know, this is a bargain, and our volunteer fire department is just great. It's wonderful. When many of us, you know, there's a storm or emergency, we get to stay home and be grateful that we don't have to go out in this weather. And they go out in this weather. And when there was the trouble with Irene, I don't know. I just want to say that I appreciate people asking about money. You have a right to ask about money, you know, how's it spent and everything. But I don't think we should lose the understanding that we have a volunteer fire department that responds to emergencies, that shows up. Anything we can do to support them, I can't imagine not. That's all.
Any more discussion on this article? Seeing no hands, we will vote on Article 10 to raise and appropriate the sum of $201,726 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department. All in favor of raising that sum, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. We were at Article 11. This is a long list of human service organizations. A number of years ago, the town voted to put them all together in one article to save time instead of voting on every single one of these. The criteria were that an organization had to have received money from the town for 3 years or longer in order to be placed on the list. And if a new organization would like to be placed on the list, it's the same sort of thing. They need to petition first. Once they have the town has voted that they should get some money, then they can remain on the list. It is possible for somebody to have an amendment and raise or lower any one of these numbers. So even though they're in one article, it's possible to for somebody to go in there and make changes. So I will read through it once, unless there's a large outcry that you don't want to hear it. But and then at the end, I won't read every one of these amounts again. So the total is $24,230 for the following human service organizations. Youth Services, $1,605. Women's Crisis Center, I'm sorry, it's called now the Women's Freedom Center, $1,000. Morningside Shelter, $500. Visiting Nurse Alliance, $5,800. RSVP, $485. HCRS, Mental Health, $3,000. Council on Aging, $850. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $300. The Gathering Place, $500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $350. Brattleboro Area Drop-In Center, $2,500. Early Education Services, $850. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $350. Connecticut River Transit, $250. Guilford Cares, $3,500. Wyndham Child Care Association, $350. And Sevka, $2,040. And also, when this was set up, we tried to encourage people from these various organizations to be present at town meeting. So sometimes there are people here who can answer questions about a specific organization. So anyway, do we have a motion to raise this amount of money for human services?
So moved.
Yes. And do we have a second? And would you like to speak to it, Ann?
Briefly, one of the good things that used to happen is just what Neil said, that a representative from each organization stood and said a little bit about the organization. It is a lot quicker without that, but it was a good chance to be educated about what these organizations do. There are reports from each organization in your town report. So I really encourage you, even though town meeting will be over at the end of today, to use this report as a resource if you have any questions about what these various organizations do for our town.
Any further discussion on this article? I see no hands. We will proceed to vote on raising and appropriating the sum of $24,230 for those listed human service organizations. All in favor of raising that amount of money, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And we have adopted Article 11. Article 12, to elect the following officers. Trustee for Public Funds, 1. Grand Jurors, 2. Here's another little correction. Library trustees, only 1 instead of the 2 listed. Trustees of the Warren Wilder Fund, 2. And Cemetery Commissioner, 1. What is your pleasure? Yes.
Pat Burke from Maple Hill Drive. I'm late because I just wanted to say that I work for Sevka, so if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to talk to anybody about the services that we provide. And thank you.
So we have it before us. Do we have a second? Second. And any discussion? I see no hands. Oh, first dope slap of the day. I'll just write in the names of the people who were doing it before. That's okay. So, trustee of public funds, the incumbent is Todd Mandel. We are accepting nominations for a new trustee of public funds. Do we have a nomination?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Don.
I nominate Todd Mandel. And it's, by the way,
Todd Mandel is nominated.
With a request that the title of the position be restored to trustee of public funds next time. Thank you.
Correction noted. Do we have any further nominations? All those in favor of Todd Mandel being trustee of public funds, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And Todd is doing it again. Grand Jurors, 2. We have Merton Garland and Don McLean in the position right now. Do we have nominations for Grand Jurors? Yes, Veranda.
Nominate Merton Garland and Don McLean.
Sounds reasonable. Do we have a second? Carol. And do we have any further nominations? So we have the names of Merton Garland and Don McLean as potential grand jurors. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. And Mert and Don are in. Library trustee. At this time, the position of that Judith Serkin holds is up. Do we have a nominee for library trustee?
I nominate Judith Serkin for the library trustee.
Judith Serkin has been nominated. Do we have a second? And do we have any more nominations for library trustee? Seeing none, we will vote on Judith Serkin as library trustee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And Judith is in again. Trustees of the Warren Wilder Fund, we are looking for two. Currently, we have Robert Stack and David Franklin. Do we have nominations?
I nominate Robert Stack and Mr. Franklin.
The slate of incumbents has been nominated.
David.
Do we have any more nominations? Any further nominations? Seeing none.
Just fighting over which Mr. Franklin.
All those in favor of Robert Stack and David Franklin being again trustees of the Warren Wilder Fund, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. All right, you guys have it. And we're looking for one cemetery commissioner. Robert Stack's position is up for grabs. Do we have any nominations? Veranda.
I nominate Robert Stack.
And do we have that seconded? Yes. And do we have any further nominations? I see none. All those in favor of Robert Stack continuing as cemetery commissioner, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And we are finally done with Article 12. Thanks for your help. Article 13. Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount? Interest at 1% per month or fraction thereof will be charged after October 15th. Do we have a motion? Okay. The article has been placed in front of you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And do we have any discussion? I think most of you have seen this article about 40 times, and so we will be voting that the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount and interest at 1% per month or fraction thereof. All in favor of collecting taxes this way, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Article 14. Shall the town vote to increase the number of justices of the peace from 9 to 10 as enabled by Vermont statute effective in the next general election? What is your pleasure, Don? Do we have a second? Go ahead, Don.
The Board of Civil Authority placed this article on the warning. It's pretty controversial, but we're going to go ahead with it. State statute enables a town the size of Guilford, in terms of population, to have 10 justices of the peace. I think that may have been the case for many years, but at the time the town increased from 7 JPs, it was decided to go to 9, I think, rather than 10, possibly because somebody thought that the JPs constitute a board and there should be an odd number. In fact, the Justice of the Peace never constitute a board on their own. They're always combined with other town officials. For example, the Board of Civil Authority also includes the town clerk and the 3 select board members. We also have a tax appeal board and a tax abatement board, which have other personnel. Noticing this glaring deficiency, I came up with the idea of going to the maximum allowed by law. A lot of you think of JPs as like from the 1940s movies where people are out in the country and they say, let's get married, and they find a JP. And justices of the peace do, in fact, perform civil weddings and ceremonies and perform a number of other functions. But a primary function of the justice of the peace is that they constitute these various boards with some other officials. And the Board of Civil Authority has the responsibility for running elections, both town meeting and the general elections when they come up, managing the checklist of voters, and doing a lot of other services, and setting up for these elections, and being the people who check in the voters and so forth. And it occurred to us that it certainly wouldn't hurt, especially when we have a morning like we just had with little glitches and things, to have as many JPs as we can, because these are people who are volunteers to run the election process, and why not get the most out of the most people was the idea. So that was the real reason why we thought we would go to the maximum, and it allows us to increase participation by the citizens in town government, which I think is always a good thing. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this article? We will then proceed to vote on increasing the number of justices of the peace from 9 to 10. All those in favor of that increase say aye. Those opposed say nay. And we are at 10. And we are at Article 15. To transact any other business that may lawfully come before said meeting. This article is in here for various purposes. You cannot conduct any binding business on this. Binding business only applies if something has been warned, was in the warning. So do we have anything in the other business? Ann?
I just wanted everybody to notice in Article 12, when we elected officers for those different commissions, every single person who had been on a commission re-upped, which means that they're a lot of fun. So I'm saying that to encourage all of you to think about getting involved, whether it's a committee, a commission, or some form of town government. We make this plea every year, but I think that's the best testimony we have to how much people enjoy serving the town of Guilford. Don't do it for the civic duty, do it because it's fun. So please, if you have any questions about openings or possibilities, we always need more people to be involved. Call the town office at any time and you can find out how you could be involved.
Lisa?
Like the Planning Commission.
Hi, I'm Lisa Barry, and along with Jeremiah Sund, we are the listers in your town. Notice how there are only two. I would like to make sure that everybody here is aware of the recent passing of Frank Rafferty, who was a lister in our town for 31 years. So with that being said, he did pass recently enough that we have not been able, we're not able to get on for the voting. A new member and the select board will be nominating a person for this position. So we are looking for somebody who has possibly real estate background, who has flexible schedules, such as possibly a retiree. If it is something of interest to you, please talk to the select board, because we will be moving on this very soon. This is the time of year where we go out and drive up and down all the roads and see what's going on and what's different and reevaluate for the season. And if you look at the listers report in this book, you will find that our levels of our COD and our CLA are getting within kind of the edge of what the state likes to see, and they are recommending that we seriously consider a town-wide reappraisal in the very near future. So please be aware that will be coming up soon in the next couple years. So thank you very much, and please have fond remembrances of Frank.
I just am curious, do you appoint an interim? Okay. Yes, David.
Hi, I'm David Franklin. I'm president of the Guilford Fair, and I just wanted to let people know what's going on at the fair. This last year, we got a grant from the state, and we moved the horse pull around the corner so we have better seating. And now with our new facility, this coming year, we'll be having an ox pull, and we got another grant that we're going to cover that concrete, the concrete pad at the top, so there'll be handicapped, covered viewing areas. We're also going to be doing some regrading around where the horse pull used to be, and some driveway improvements, and we're going to be expanding the horse pull, the horse show. We're doing an ox pull this year, and we want to thank all of our sponsors that buy the ads in our program and help make it all possible. Thank you.
Anything else in the other business? Fred, and then Hal.
Fred Humphrey. I just wish to take advantage of this assembly to make an announcement that is not an announcement, and that concerns the Guilford store. Our group, the Friends of Algiers Village, have signed a contract with a new operator. There will be an article about it in the Reformer, probably either Saturday or Monday. We feel we were fortunate to obtain an exceptional operator, and you'll be hearing more from us. Thank you.
And Hal, micro.
So I'm Hal Coons, current chair of the Planning Commission, and we're beginning the process of revising the town plan, as we have to do every 5 years, I believe. And we have a survey out in the hallway here on the Conservation Commission's table. It just includes a bunch of questions about information and input we need from you in order to redo the town plan. So please take the survey. We have it. It's on this colored paper. It's also, there's a link on here. You can do the survey online, which makes it easier for you, for those of you who do things that way. So please take part and help us update our town plan. Thank you.
Yes, Ellie.
Hi, I'm Ellie Mayanen from Merrineck Road. I just want to remind folks that the first Saturday of May is Green Up. Last year I missed this announcement and I really missed being here. But so the first Saturday in May we'll be at the Grange and doing Green Up all around Guilford.
Yes.
My name is Ian Clues, and I live on River Road. And my question is regarding the Green River Covered Bridge, and if anybody can tell us what the cost of the restorations are going to be, if it would allow things like buses, fire trucks, dump trucks, and so on and so forth, and what the when the last restoration of the bridge was and what the expense of that was.
I'll do my best, Ian. I don't have my numbers in front of me. The restoration of the bridge is never, no matter what we do to the bridge, it's never going to be able to handle any more than the load that it's posted for. It's a state and a federal standard that bridges with wood decks can't handle loads higher than that. To handle that capacity, we'd have to construct a new bridge, which we will have to do at some point in time. The current restoration, I believe the last restoration was in 1991. And I don't know what the price tag of that one was. We wrote 2 grants, which we were awarded for, and I believe the total's in around $423,000 for the work for that. That includes the engineering work, which is pretty significant cost and construction, which will include a new standing seam metal roof. It will align the bridge and straighten out the racking. It will remove some of the distribution timbers that are underneath the deck that just add load and don't add support. A variety of other fire retardant paint in the interior of the bridge, some drainage mitigation around the approaches. There's other work as well. It's going to, hopefully construction, it will go out to bid, but construction will take place in the summer of 2014.
I had some other questions, but I don't recall them off the top of my head.
But feel free to stop in the town office and I can give you all of the numbers that you're looking for.
Where does the money come from for the project?
The money came from the state of Vermont. It was, at that time, called a Transportation Enhancement Grant. It's money that comes through the state from the federal government to do a variety of types of projects, mainly focused on increasing enhancements for bicycle and pedestrian traffic, but it also has a component to the grant which is improving historic transportation elements, and that's what we were funded for.
So it would be a historic preservation, or do you think this actually brings tourist dollars to Guilford?
I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Do you think that this is just more for historical preservation, or do you think it actually brings revenue to Guilford?
Both, actually. The bridge and the whole district there is on the National Register of Historic Places, and the covered bridge is one of, it's the most photographed covered bridge in Vermont. So between the bridge and the Crib Dam and many of the historic properties that are there, it is a big draw. We have a big cycle race that takes place through there. You might not think it, but it does draw quite a few people that are really interested. There's a lot of people that are interested in history and historic preservation projects. So this particular one has received a lot of attention throughout the state. So it does bring revenue. We might not see it directly in Guilford, but it does to the state.
When is the project supposed to start?
Construction will be in 2014.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Dick.
Yeah, a couple things. The planning commission now stands at 4 people, and going along with Ann's fund, they need 5 more to make the meetings much more interesting. They are redoing the town plan, and it has to be done by 2015. The other thing is Frank's knowledge will be missed as a lister, and due to a sense of urgency from the state, Monday night at 7 o'clock, and this is a short notice, we are planning on interviewing people that are interested in the job. We just decided that. We just decided that today.
Anything else in the, oh, yes, Mike.
I'm Mike Marcy, the Guilford Energy Coordinator. The state is doing a very good program in terms of encouraging people to upgrade the energy efficiency of their house. We've got a table that's out in the hallway with a lot of literature that you should look at, and Lisa Holderness will give you a few words as to the intent and the scope of the program.
Oh. I told Mike I already talked too much, but he refuses to do it. So would you please consider filling out a postcard that is at the Guilford Energy Committee table? It goes to the state, and they are tracking how many people are agreeing that they are interested in saving energy in the state of Vermont. That's really all you're committing to do. It has things like, in this year I'm going to try to use more energy efficient light bulbs, or maybe I will invite Mike and Lisa or a volunteer for the committee to come to my house and actually do a quick walkthrough with me so I can think about whether I want to do an energy audit. So there's a range of participation, but the more cards we get back, we get a chance to get money into our general fund from the state for energy improvements to our town buildings. So it's not only good for each of us in our budgets, but it's good for the town, which would be great. And just a word about the audits to everyone, because there's nothing publicized that I have seen. Our Windham County certified energy auditors have agreed to a price of $250 to the homeowners who do their energy audits during this year. I personally have done an energy audit. I've talked to a few people, John Christensen, I can't remember who else did one, but they usually cost about $400 to $500, and they do a huge report for you after walking through your house. And this even includes a callback, so they come back and they audit again. So as you can tell, I'm detail-oriented with money, and you will be able to know exactly how much you have increased the air sealing in your house and the insulation value of your house. And of course, you'll pay less money if you pay for heat. We heat with wood, but it's my husband's labor mostly, and if you pay anything for heat, it's worth doing. So that's the energy audit part of this. But if you talk to us, we're looking for volunteers who are knowledgeable in buildings and energy issues, and we are looking for people who want help, basically, in this 1 year. It's all volunteer from our end, and if you pay anyone, you pay $250 to get a professional energy audit after we come visit you and you decide it's worth it. And we'll be able to tell pretty easily. So thank you all, and I hope you'll visit the table and talk to Mike or me, or just take a card and sign up. If you sign the list on the table, that's just for us. That's going nowhere else. Thank you.
Any further items? Or, go ahead, Ann.
Two things. First of all, huge thanks to Ellie Minen. We so appreciate you doing Green Up Day. Stick with us. She does a wonderful job organizing Green Up Day, really. So. And just a correction, this is sort of decisions on the fly, but a correction. We really would like people who might be interested in the lister's position to let us know. But Lisa, if you can't be there Monday night, we'll find a time to meet when you can. We'll just do an emergency meeting sometime during the week, so because we want to get on this as quick as possible, but we need you to be there. So.
Anything else? Don? Don, if you talk very, very slowly and long, then we can recess in time for lunch instead of bringing in the new...
That's why Betsy said, come up with something else, because we're really getting there. I thought I would mention...
I realized it was redundant for me to mention Don and talk long in the same sentence.
Yeah. I tried to stretch out the JP thing for half an hour, but it was really getting tiring. There's been a lot of discussion about Guilford, how Guilford people can communicate with each other. And there are a couple of new initiatives for online communication. And you'll find at the tables a card identifying the brand new, Kathy's holding up one too, Guilford Online, which is a blog. And I don't actually know what a blog is, but my impression is this is something, it's not a kind of chat thing. This is a website where Guilford organizations can post information about their events and activities. And Kathy and Marley Rabinowitz and the kids at the Guilford School invented this blog, and this little card tells you how to go online to get to it. And if you sign up as a pal or a friend or a something, you'll get little emails even and telling you that there's something new to look at. The fire department just posted their sugar supper, for example. The other thing that's serving Guilford a bit is iBrattleboro, which I think is a wonderful website. Primarily serves Brattleboro, but they now have a regional department for many of the other towns, and especially for Guilford. And so iBrattleboro has a Guilford section, and iBrattleboro you can actually argue with people. If somebody posts something, you can make a comment and say how you feel about it, and they have long discussions about stuff, and they get into kind of, you know, political topics and stuff. So you should check that out too. It's not perfect for Guilford, but we are getting there.
So, any more hands raised? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. I would like to congratulate you all for being a very well-trained legislature, sitting in your seats right at the perfect time. Ann Ryder tells me that there was one more thing that she forgot to say as part of the town part of the meeting, so before we start this, she will say her piece.
Several people noticed that Hi, sorry. People noticed that rescue is no longer a part of the human services budget, and I had neglected to point that out. We are certainly still funding rescue. It is a contracted service that we have a contract with rescue. Therefore, it's really inappropriate for it to be in that budget because we really do not have the option of cutting it. We have signed that contract already. So you will see it in the regular Select Board general budget, just to clarify that.
And one more announcement, the 8th grade apparently has some food left over. So baked beans, ham, anything that people would like to pick up, they will have it there. So we will be starting the school portion of the meeting. The legal voters of the Town School District of Guilford are hereby warned and notified to meet at the Guilford Central School on the 5th day of March to act on the following articles. Article 1 is the Australian ballot notification that on Australian ballot you will be electing a school director and school director and school director. 1 3-year term, 2 1-year terms. Article 2, to elect a school district moderator for the ensuing year. What is your pleasure? Thank you. Do we have a second? A second. Do we have any further nominations? Seeing none, I will declare the nominations closed. All in favor of Neil Quinn being moderator once again, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So I think we will move right into the next article. I think you've all been trained well enough to know how to make your motions and speak your name and so on. Article 3, to see if the town school district will authorize the board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Do we have some action on that?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second? Okay. Would you like to speak to that, Dan?
Do you want me to explain it, Neil?
Yes, go ahead.
How do I want to explain it so people understand? This is just so we have the appropriate funds in anticipation, as it reads, for the taxes and the monies to keep the school operating on a yearly budget.
Yes.
How much?
How much is it?
Again, Jonathan Shippey, Serenity Ridge. How much? It's pretty open-ended. It just says, can we borrow for taxes? What are we looking for?
Penny?
Because we're going to...
Do you have an answer? Robert Stack, I think, has an answer here, former school board chairman.
The way it's explained to us is that taxes are due, as you know, I think sometime in October. And the new tax year starts in school year 1 July. So there's this period of time between 1 July and when taxes are due, and so you borrow money in light of the idea that you're going to get your taxes in October. So it's this gap between the beginning of the fiscal year and when your taxes are due. And that's all that means. Okay?
Any further discussion on this?
It's a pretty straightforward, nothing funny about it, nothing hinky about it. It's just, you know, the way it's set up. As much as we need to operate it until the taxes show up.
Any further? We will vote on Article 3. We are voting that the town school district authorizes the board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. And Article 4, this is another boilerplate that just sort of has to be in every year. To see if the town school district will authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont, the United States government. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, do we have a second? And would you like to speak to that, Carol?
If you look on page 41 in the town school budget, it lists the grants that there's state and then there's the federal ones that we would be eligible for. And right now, federal jobs funding is, special ed funding. Federal special ed funding is the only one that we would be looking for next year.
Any more discussion? We will vote on Article 4 to authorize the school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid. All in favor of authorizing the board like that, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And we have voted that in. Article 5. To see if the town school district will vote to transfer $11,495 from the Education Reserve Fund balance in order to defray fiscal year 2014 expenses. What's your pleasure?
So moved as article is written.
All right, do we have a second? All right. And would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, in recent years, when we've had a surplus, we've transferred the money back to us to defray the taxes. So it's basically moving money from one hand back to the other. If there is a surplus, it allows the district to moderate the educational tax impact on us.
Any further discussion? All right, we will vote on Article 5 to transfer $11,495 from the Education Reserve Fund balance. All those in favor of such a transfer, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Article 6. To see if the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of June 30, 2012, the sum of $83,505 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying the 2014 expenses.
So moved as written.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we do. And do you want to speak to that?
And it's just we're requesting that the operating surplus of $83,505 be authorized to reduce taxes to defray the expenses for the 2013-2014 year.
All right, any further discussion? Moving right along, let's vote on Article 6 to see if the school district will appropriate $83,505 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate, etc. All in favor of such appropriation, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Article 7. To see if the town school district will vote to send its 7th and 8th grade students to the Brattleboro Area Middle School starting in the 2013-14 school year.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay. And would you like to speak to that?
I would love to speak to that. Good afternoon, everyone. We have 6 different reasons for a board. I'm sorry. We have Penny Lucier. I'm sorry. Oh.
Our reasons for voting for to send our children to BAMS came down to many different issues. Started out with the financial one because, of course, we're doing budgets. The increase this year for our budget is 3.62. If we choose to keep our children here, it will jump to 6.99. So on a taxpayer's point of view, it's a good financial move. That is not really a major reason I believe that any school board member voted for this, but it is definitely part of it. We had to look at the social diversity for our children. Our numbers are dropping, it's a reality. And what things we can offer. Schools are expensive, and the extra programs that we can offer really don't give our children in this community a very big outlet. By allowing us to combine with BAMS and to send our children there, our children now have options to try different things that we just cannot make available for them. Part of this also was about the fact that the Guilford board is really looking at what is the best benefit for Guilford as a whole, not just one part of it. I don't know how many people listened to our governor this year when he talked to the state and he talked about early childhood development and early childhood education. It is a huge issue in Vermont. It's a huge issue here in Guilford. And we need to be supporters of all of our children from the age of 3 and on up. We can do that within this facility. If we take our middle schoolers and send them to a place that is totally dedicated to their age group and the things that they do and the things that they're involved in, we can then open up this school in the long term for preschool right in this building to introduce our younger families, our younger children into our community at an even earlier time in their lives. When we look at BAMS, I don't believe that we're looking at it as a what's bad about Guilford. Guilford is wonderful. That's why we're all here. That's why this room is full today, because we love Guilford and we love what it's all about. But we need to make sure in that time frame that we're also making sure our children get to try and do new things. When you have a middle school that has 31 children in it, what does that do for your sports and your arts? It affects many different things. And so as a board, we just really want you to know, we really looked at many sides of this. We offered many meetings on this, and this was a very heartfelt thing of what's best for all of Guilford children. So I hope you really think about it. Thanks.
Any further discussion on this issue? Yes. Good. Wait for the mic, please.
My name is Kelly Young. I'd like to say that I certainly do not support this. I appreciate all the hard work that the school board has put into this, and I appreciate that they are trying to do what is best for the town and the students and everyone, but I, as a parent, do not support this. I have a son who is in 6th grade. I have a son who is in 3rd grade, and I have 2 daughters in college. My son in the 6th grade, when you're talking about the numbers dropping, his class is, at the most, since they were in kindergarten, they have had 10 kids. But we've heard every year that his class is an anomaly. Two years behind him, the class was so large that they had to have 2 classes. So I think when you look at the numbers, you can't just look at this one class, and perhaps the school numbers are dropping, but I think looking at that class and making predictions based on that one class, I think is, I think that it's not accurate. I think that you need to look farther down. And I have attended both of the school board meetings that this was addressed, and some of the questions that we had were, so there is, we would be saving about, I believe that we were told about $80,000 next year, and part of that's based on the fact that we have such a small 6th grade class who would be going into 7th grade. And then as the classes got to be larger, there would be a cap But we have a contract, or we would have a contract for 4 years. After that 4 years, we were told in the last meeting that we would then be a part of the supervisory union. What does that, it wasn't addressed in the last meeting. What does that mean for our numbers? I mean, once we are a part of the supervisory union, will the costs be going up? Will they be going down? Will they be staying the same? That I'm not sure of, and that I'm very concerned about. When you're talking about costs, and that's one of the major factors, or certainly one of the main factors, I don't believe that's been addressed as to my satisfaction, certainly. And I think we certainly lose a lot of control, the financial, about what we're paying, because once these middle school teachers are gone, you know, if we decided after the 4 years that we didn't like that, what are our options to coming back here? Then we're starting off with looking for new teachers. So I am extremely happy with the teachers that are in the middle school. Both of my daughters have gone through the middle school with those teachers, and I'm happy that my son has had at least 1 year with them, and I'm hoping that he will have another 2 years, and my younger son will have those years as well. So I hope that all the citizens of Guilford will think about that. And as they get into the middle school, we would have a lack of control over their education there. We would be just a few citizens in a whole group of other parents who would be making decisions. Other parents in other towns would be making decisions about our kids, and I'm not happy with that. One of the things that seemed to be positively talked about was all these clubs that are open for our students if they go to BAMS. I'm not convinced about those clubs because, first of all, they're limited. There are only a certain number of kids allowed in each club. The number of our students compared to the rest of the students that come from, I believe, Dummerston, Putney, does Putney have, no, so Dummerston, Vernon and Brattleboro? Okay, so Vernon and Brattleboro, when you talk about the number of our kids, if they're trying to get into a specific club, the likelihood of them getting into that club is very low. And they're not clubs that okay, I'm joining in this club and I'm going to be in it for 2 or 3 years, whatever. You're in it for, like, I believe it's like 8 weeks. You're in this club for 8 weeks, so it's not. I'm not swayed by that possibility. And I believe some of them are after-school clubs. So what about if our kids already have the time? They don't have enough time after school. They're already doing sports and homework and other activities. I mean, is that really? I mean, each parent has to decide whether that's really something that their kids can fit into their time. I think that when we look at the middle school, I believe that these are middle school students here that are running around and with the microphone. We've seen middle school students out doing the lunches out there. I believe Mr. McLean was talking earlier about the middle school students had done an activity with the library and gotten this website together, and I think they do the Guilford Gazette. And so it seems like there are a lot of things that the middle school does for and with our community. And I'm concerned that when we're talking, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, Anne that was up there earlier, was talking about how we need to have people be a part of the civic sort of duties in the town. These seem to be really important lessons for our middle school students, and I'm concerned about them losing these opportunities. What kind of opportunities are they going to get when if they go to BAMS? And
so, Haley, I'm trying to keep everybody to about 5 minutes and give a lot of people a chance to speak.
Sure, great. I'm done. Thank you.
So. Yes, over there.
Okay, my name is Carol Jensen. I don't have any students at Guilford, but I did have 2. My son Moses and my daughter Victoria Both went to not to BAMS, both went to BUHS. Victoria is still there. Moses has gone on to college. I have flip-flopped on this thing back and forth and back and forth. I still am not totally sure how I'm going to vote, but I want to say that I first came to one of the school board meetings saying, absolutely not, don't move them to BAMS. They need to remain right here in Guilford. Now, I should just point out that my kids were, apart from the Providences, the blackest kids in Guilford when I brought them here. Now, Yared and his sister are here, but so social diversity was a real issue for us. My children turned out pretty okay, I think. Moses became the student, very okay. I would like to say, however, that it was not without a whole lot of input from me, but they're good kids, with or without me, but the parent involvement in however our kids turn out is critical. And I sacrificed a great deal. I sacrificed money, I sacrificed time, I sacrificed my own education, which is still ongoing after 30 years. It'll take a sacrifice. What we gained at Guilford versus what we'll lose if they go to BAMS is social interaction and social influence, the other side of the positive. Brattleboro is not an easy community. Brattleboro is a very tempting community for young middle schoolers and for high schoolers. It's not the kind of influence that I wanted. I was the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club. I know what's in Brattleboro. And somehow, even if they're at BAMS, even if they're at BUHS, kids find that without a parent being involved. It is critical wherever these kids end up at BAMS or whether they stay here, that parents step up to the plate and do their job as parents. And I'm not sure that sending them away to BAMS is going to make that happen. On the other hand, it's true. There are all these opportunities if the parent is involved. But kids will get those opportunities when they go to BUHS. They don't, I personally, this is my feeling, they don't need it in junior high, or sorry, middle school. Shows my age. I'm old enough to be their grandmother, but I'm still their parent. So, I'm also known as one of the tougher parents in BUHS. And my kids will say, thanks, Mom, and they will tell you that too. So please don't think that putting your kids into BAMS is going to solve whatever parental issues you have with work, with whatever. It matters what you say, what you do, where you are, whether they are here or whether they're there. And we could provide more opportunity for them here at Guilford if they didn't go. We could also provide support for them at BAMS if they go there, and they will need your support. So it's really a parental, I think the issue is parental involvement, not what school they're at.
Any further, Rick?
Thank you. Rick Zamor, Ashworth Road. This is a big deal for the town, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. You know, I really want to listen and hear what people have to say. I certainly know the arguments for sending kids to BAMS, the academics, the extracurriculars. I also think very important is kids who may have a hard time finding friends in a group in Guilford will have a much better opportunity at BAMS, and I think that's important. Those are the two big reasons for doing it, as far as I'm concerned. But on the other hand, I can't help but feel that in some way this diminishes us as a town to lose our middle school, and I don't have any real hard scientific facts to back that up. My daughter went to school here, and she had a great education. She had a great time. She was in a very strong class, and I'm not sure what would have happened at BAMS. I substituted at BAMS a long time ago, and it was tough. But that was my fault. I just wasn't. I wasn't a good substitute teacher, and I substituted at Guilford, and it was a lot easier. But smaller classes, and I knew the kids, some of them. Some of them I wanted to smack. So it's a tough choice, and as I say, I don't know how I'm going to go on this, but and I think as we just heard, the need for parental involvement is important, and I think that might be a little harder to deliver at BAMS, but not if parents make the effort, which they need to do. Thanks.
Any more discussion in the middle row here? Just a minute. Okay, well, go ahead, Sierra. You have the mic. You're in charge.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Potter, and I'm voting for the first time at town meeting today. And yeah, all right. And I'd like to speak to a few points. I actually went through the Guilford Middle School. I went through the Guilford Middle School and graduated as an 8th grader 4 years ago. And as much as my experience was really positive there, I feel that in no way that negates from what BAMS can offer us in terms of clubs, for example. I remember I wanted to form a rock band with a group of 8th graders, and we brought it to the principal, and he told us we couldn't do it unless we were doing jazz. And we didn't want to do jazz, and so we didn't have the club. And I feel that BAMS does provide a lot of opportunities, and that in saying we're bringing our kids to the Big Bad Brattleboro, I think we're kind of ignoring the fact that Big Bad Guilford also exists. I mean, I was pretty naive when I was in middle school, but looking back and realizing that a lot of my classmates were smoking pot, and I just didn't realize it at the time. And stuff like that happens regardless of where you are. And I personally, for my brother who's in middle school right now, I think he could be offered a lot more in terms of academic support and friendship support if they move to Brattleboro. We all think our community is really important, but yeah, I think it should move. All right, good, done.
Yes, in the middle row there.
Steve Redmond, Guilford Center Road. I also am undecided about how I'm going to vote. I started out very much opposed to BAMS, and I also see arguments on both sides. I think it's a really difficult decision. It's the kind of thing that I find myself arguing with myself about. And I do think there are some elements of this that need to be talked about so that we have a better picture of what we're thinking about financially. But I don't think that the financial side of it is what is going to determine my vote. But the financial side, I think, is a very legitimate question about what is it going to cost after this 4-year gradual ramp up in costs. And the best information I can get, and was I had just asked Sean just now roughly what it will cost per student after we join the union, which I assume that we would do in year 4. And the way I figure that is I know that we have 132 students here, and we have 9 grades. So that means to me that there are approximately 15 students per grade as an average through this school. If we send 2 grades, that means we will be sending, on average, over the next 9 years, 30 students. And the cost, which I don't know if this is accurate or not because it was off the top of the head, but would be about $13,000 per student once we join the union. That's $390,000 on average. It's going to go up and down. Our classes for year year 4 is the big jump. We got 21 students now, 38 will be going by year 4. 37 would be going by year 3. Year 5, it's 34. Year 6, it's 30. So we're looking at a big, I think, cost increase after we go to BAMS, if we do go to BAMS. So I think the big savings now is going to be canceled out by that down the road. I don't think the costs are so huge that we wouldn't consider going to BAMS. I think the difference is going to be something like $60,000 a year, roughly. I think $60,000 out of a total school bill of, what, $3 million or so, something like that, is not a huge tax break. This is, in fact, not necessarily a tax issue. But I do think we should go into this with our eyes open about what costs are going to be. I do totally agree with the idea that parents are the most important thing in that community, and how we actually interact with our school, whether it's here or BAMS, is the most critical factor in our kids' education. And that is where I try to figure out, are we going to act more strongly as parents and community members here in our school to change it and make it what we want it to be, or are we going to delegate that? We shouldn't. But if we are going to sit back, not sit back, but I just mean not participate enough to make those changes, then maybe they should go to BAMS, I think. Because I do think there are people, counselors, a bunch of other features to BAMS, which would in some ways act on our part to help reduce the amount of disruption in classes and things I've heard about, negative criticisms about the school here. So it's a very difficult issue for me. I do think the facilities are better at BAMS, but I think listening to you when you talked, she's right. We have to be totally involved whether they're at BAMS or here. And so I guess that argument with myself, which was if we're not going to do enough here, we should send them to there, doesn't sway it. So I still don't know what I'm going to do. But anyway, I wanted to present these issues as I saw it. Thank you.
So, Mike, you had your hand up.
Mike Sostak in Stage Road. And I work at the high school, and I run our restorative justice program there. And I principally work with the high school kids, but sometimes with BAMS kids occasionally. And I also, even though I'm at the high school, I have debated back and forth myself of where I stand with this issue. But I've really come down on the side of moving the kids to BAMS, really principally for 2 reasons. One is diversity, the diversity of the population, the social diversity, which I think is really critical to the future of our kids and what's happening throughout our country. And we can talk about the big bad Brattleboro, but Brattleboro is really a great place to live, I think. And yes, bad things happen there and bad things happen here. But I don't think that should be a reason that we wouldn't move our kids there. And I would certainly say support the whole thought that parents are critical. The second reason I have is a little different. I think doing my restorative justice work, I work a lot with kids who are having problems in school, adjusting to school. And what I've learned in that experience over the 8 years that I've done this is that there's quite a transition for kids to go from this small environment and suddenly jump to an environment with 1,000 kids. That is a tough transition, a really tough transition, and some kids really struggle with it, and I work with those kids that do. I think it's a much more gradual and sensible transition to go from 6th grade to go step up to a bigger school, but not gigantic like BAMS, and then finally from BAMS to the high school. I think that more gradual transition is much healthier and much better for our kids. So, thanks.
I saw a hand up in the Franklin aisle. Al? Oh, back.
Sorry.
I'm probably a little old to be speaking on this subject because I graduated from Brattleboro High School the second year after it was built. But my youngest child is a senior in Brattleboro High School now. But I do believe, after watching how things are going, that there are a lot of things that we can't provide here that they're getting in Brattleboro. And one thing that they don't get here, you can say we can provide for sports and various things, music and the arts and all that, but we can nowhere near compete with what they can learn in Brattleboro. And they're 2 years behind the 8 ball when they get there, when they leave from here and go to Brattleboro. And so I guess, but as far as the money is concerned, forget about that, because there's no way in hell that the price isn't going up anyway, no matter what you do. No matter what you do, that just save your money 1 year is never going to stay there, because the costs keep going up. And I've observed it for, 60 years maybe. So, and I've never seen it change. So so that factor is moot. It's just a moot question, because it's it's going to go up. Everything's going up all the time anyway. But I do think that the kids are behind the 8 ball when they leave here from the 8th grade and go into high school. And so I have decided I'm going to vote in favor of sending the junior high out to the BAMs.
Sean?
My name is Sean Murphy, and I've had the privilege of being on the board of BUHS District 6 for the last 12 years. And so I'm pretty familiar, probably more familiar at this point, with BAMS and the workings of that, that institution that I am, Guilford, even though both of my kids went to school here and had a good education here. So I am in favor of making the change. I know that Guilford has some very strong points, but I also know that BAMS is run by an incredible administrator who is very dedicated to 7th and 8th grade, to middle school education. And I see her in action every other week. And if we vote in favor of sending our students to BAMS, I will be joining the BAMS subcommittee, which I have not been on because we have a middle school here. I'm also on 2 other subcommittees, so it keeps me busy, but it's pretty interesting. So I could speak a little bit to the financial aspect of the choice to send, even though, once again, as other people have mentioned, that's not the most important thing in my mind. But originally there was, I'm on the finance committee, so we tried to decide what the tuition rate would be to send our kids to BAMS. So originally the finance committee, with the help of the central office, came up with a tuition rate, and then we actually had 3 memorandums of intent that were presented. The first one was for 3 years, and then that went back to the finance committee, and some people on the finance committee felt that it wasn't equitable, so it was reduced to 2 years. And then I came to the Guilford School Board at that time, and the Guilford School Board said, well, we feel as if 2 years isn't secure enough for us to feel that we can go ahead with this. So they were I thought, very proactive for the town of Guilford. So we went back to the Finance Committee and we came up with a 4-year memorandum of understanding. And there's no question, financially, for the next 4 years, it's definitely an advantage financially. It basically, the tuition, if you took the 4-year cap, added all the 4 years together, and then divided that by the number of students that would be attending for the next 4 years, the tuition would be approximately $8,595 tuition, and that's a good deal. After 4 years, I don't think anybody has a crystal ball as to what's going to happen, but I think essentially it would be the tuition. It would no longer be a tuition situation. We would then be a member of BUHS District 6 from 7th to 12th, whereas right now we are a member of District 6 9 to 12. So that's the difference. So I'm in favor of this. And as I said, even though my kids went to school here and got an excellent education, I think that it's time to seriously consider sending our students to BAMS. Thank you.
Over on that side, against the wall.
Hi, I'm Leslie Kinney. I live on East Mountain Road. I have 2 kids who've gone through the Guilford Middle School, entire Guilford School program. One's in college now, one's at BUHS. And I want to speak a little bit to that idea of the academic preparation that kids have from Guilford, because both of my kids excelled at Guilford. They were among the top students in their class. And when they went to BUHS, they've continued to excel. The year my older daughter graduated, 2 of the top 4 students were Guilford students. And one of the things I've done over the years is just look at those honor and high honor rolls. And there's always been a larger percentage of Guilford students on those 2 lists than should be represented by the population. Now, I would love to think that we just have an incredibly bright town, and that may be the case, but I really think it speaks to both the academic preparation, but the preparation for learning and being able to be a good student and being self-disciplined that has come from sort of the nurturing small school environment that we have here, and that allows students to work very closely within a small group and with teachers who know them very well. And I think that's an amazing academic preparation, and I think it would be a loss to some degree not to have that. And it's not to say that BAMS isn't an excellent program. I've also sort of gone back and forth in my own mind, but I'm coming down much more heavily on keeping the kids here, and that's where I would like to see us keep that school, because I think it's an irrevocable decision. Once we send the kids away, we're never going to have another middle school here. And I think there's some other losses to that. One is definitely the connection to the community that's been mentioned before. I think the 6th, 7th, 8th grade period is when you're really exploring beyond your family. You're beginning to explore your world. And I think that connection to the community, the contributions kids have made here, whether it's been to the Historical Society, the videotapes that they did for the country store, the cleaning up of the cemeteries, the mentoring of kids across the grades that the older students do has been really very important. And when I talk to my kids, that was one of the things they said was their connection to the community and their connection to the whole school and their opportunity as middle schoolers to be mentors was among the highlights for them. And my younger daughter is played in the band when she got to VUHS. She's played 3 or 4 different sports. So, you know, sports and music are very big for her. And I asked her, and she said, you know, I need to weigh this because there's pluses and minuses on both sides. And I thought she was going to come down to send them to BAMS, Mom, if you're going to vote. But she said, I think there were opportunities that I could never have had if I wasn't at Guilford, of the things that I was able to contribute to the community. And my older daughter didn't have a second's hesitation. She said, oh, I wish they would stay at Guilford. And so they asked me to pass that message along.
Ann, I think you had your hand up before. In the middle here, please.
Ann Ryder, Tater Lane. I have taught here. I have had some of your kids as students. I've had some of you as students. And I also taught in Brattleboro at Green Street School for many years, 6th grade, kids going into 7th grade. And I do feel strongly about this issue, both from my experience here and in Brattleboro and as a parent of kids who are all grown up now. I think that it is the right time and the right thing to do for our children to give them the opportunity to attend BAMS. They are presented with a vast array of opportunities at BAMS that we just can't afford to give them here. Steve, you mentioned the cost going up after 4 years, but let's not kid ourselves. We're paying that same amount to have them right here. And it's not like we're paying $370,000 more. We will be paying a per student tuition equal to or greater than the cost of sending them to BAMS after the 4 years, and we won't be able to provide them with the kind of opportunities they can get at the middle school in Brattleboro. Ingrid Christko is an outstanding principal. She's built a very strong middle school program. I think we have a remarkable opportunity. I commend our school board on the work they've done to drive a very hard bargain and to get us, yes, 4 years of a very good deal. After that, we would be paying the same amount as Brattleboro and Vernon, but not any more than we'd be paying if they were right here. I think that we owe it to our children to give them this opportunity. This has not come up in Guilford for a long time. I think the time is right, and I think we owe it to our kids academically, socially, all kinds of opportunities. I hope you support this move.
I saw on the outside aisle there, hand up. Can't see who it is.
My name is Beth Bristol. My husband and I have 2 small children here in Guilford, and as we are starting to look at where they will go for early education, our foundation is where will they get the best education. And I think that's what we need to look at here, is when you compare the opportunities that are offered at Guilford versus the opportunities that are offered at BAMS, I don't see any comparison. When you think about the small town feel, the small town morals, and the values that we instill in our children in this small town, in the small community, that's something that comes from the family, and that's something that they will get from their family no matter where they go. And that's where our focus is on maintaining those morals and values throughout their education, but looking at where will they get the greatest opportunity and the most chance to excel and thrive. And BAMS, that's what they do. They are a middle school, and that's their specialty. They specialize in that. So to not allow them the opportunities that are offered at BAMS, I think would be a mistake.
I saw a hand there right opposite. No. Black sweater, white hair. I can't identify.
Thanks a lot. I'm Corinne Bristol, and I'm from Lowry Road, and I have a unique experience of having 2 children who graduated from Guilford through grade 8, and 1 child who did not. I know that people are speaking about providing an important person to the community. I have a person who's important to this community, and he didn't go to Guilford School. And I want you to know it is family that makes the difference. And I always felt, as a mother with a child in BAMS, that I was more than welcome to come, and I did. They have a wonderful way of looking at students and of reviewing them and including parents in that review plan. So don't think that they are not welcoming parents, because parents are very welcome there. I think what was most important to me that somebody mentioned, and I don't remember their name, over here, I think he's the man with the criminal justice background. And yes, you. And I think coming into school at 9th grade, coming from a very small school to a very large one, with kids who have already made and bonded with other children there and made their way through the junior high, it makes it extremely difficult for a 9th grader. I think it's much easier for a child to go from that 6th grade into 7th at a medium level of numbers and then gradually go up. And I know where my vote is going. I'm not confused.
Down here to Lisa.
Lisa Holderness, Heinsberg Road. I went to a few of these meetings and I've been taking notes, and my opinions have been changing. And there's just a few things I want to make sure people hear. I'm not going to say how I'm going to vote or how I think you should vote. One is I was a little, I'll start with the can't versus don't, because I hear people saying can't, we can't afford. We just talked about raising the fire department budget 10%. We heard that if we kept them here, it would go from 3.3 to 6.9% increase. So that's not my main concern. And actually, I've watched people here argue over huge things and little things, and almost always the school budget passes. So we can't provide a broader social community of 7th and 8th graders. I have to accept that. In 2000, I covered somebody here teaching in the middle school as a science teacher for a year. And, you know, roughly 10% of kids have a different gender or sexual identity. So we heard about whether people's color of their skin is reflected around them. But I watch kids struggle here, and that was the year that Vermont passed the civil unions. And it wasn't really acceptable to talk about that in the middle school. And there were some kids really struggling. There were kids struggling with homophobia, and there were kids struggling with being the victims of homophobia. So at the middle school, I am convinced that would be better. I also heard people say we can't provide a broader arts and music curriculum. And I feel guilty myself because I'm a teacher and I'm usually pretty involved, and I haven't given as much as I could of my opinions and my energy to this school. But I have been frustrated, and I've expressed this a few times, that we're being presented a black and white option, a send the kids to BAMS versus keep them here with 4 teachers. So it was ironic to me that when I went to the presentation from BAMS, the group that impressed me the most was the group led by Julianne Egan from Guilford, who teaches at BAMS. And it's a 3-person team. And I have said over and over, if we want to increase the diversity and the quality of what we offer, there are dual certified people out there in the world. We could have 2 teachers even. We could have 3 teachers, a dual certified English and social studies. That would free up lots of money to have a language program. Perhaps the middle school could have their own dedicated arts person who really is comfortable doing advanced and challenging art projects with that age group, because they are different. Not everybody loves working with middle school. I think they're amazing, but not everybody does. So it should be the people who love that age group who are working with them most. And our teachers here, let me just say, are awesome in the middle school. So it's not about that. So those are, you know, the can't is we can't provide a broader social curriculum. I don't think we can provide the depth of athleticism The opportunities for the athletic kids, that's not a thing that bothers me very much, but I know it's very important to some kids' development. And that's the last can't that I have on my list that I think is worth considering. At this age group, the most important thing we provide them has very little to do with academics, except for a small handful of the kids. It is essential that they are developing their identity, their sense of who they are in the world. And they need to see as broad a range of adults around them as possible. They need to be exposed to as broad a range of careers. Basically, they need to find their gifts, what it is that they're going to give the world, and that makes them confident to get through the hard things. So we don't have a woodworking shop. We don't have a real science lab. We don't have a really thrilling art space or program. And our music probably could be much better than it is. And so those are things that we can easily provide to them by sending them to BAMS without changing the way we do things here. So that's that, and I think that matters. The stepped independence, I think, is really important. I'm saying all this because I started out flat out against this, so I'm accumulating the things that I think really go into the decision. For them to go through the middle school and then to the high school is a nice, tidy way of providing stepped independence. We also could do it ourselves by changing the middle school program quite a bit, and making sure that every kid is involved in those civic opportunities and leading their own projects, designing their own projects. We talk about having them mentor, but actually I see people sneer when we say that because it doesn't always happen. It's one of those things we think might happen, and it's a good idea to keep the opportunity, but it doesn't really always happen at a very deep level, and I had to accept that. The thing that I think nobody's mentioned yet besides that is special ed. We remain responsible for the funding of our special education expenses, no matter where our kids go, is my understanding. And we don't have control of how they choose to address the different needs of our kids once they get there. They will start revising IEPs, and they will take responsibility, but the bill will come back to us. So I just think that should be mentioned. I have no reason to think they wouldn't do a great job. I do have reason to know our school does an amazing job at that. Whether kids are certified or not, their needs get met. Our class size is roughly the same. So I've heard people say small class sizes here, but actually their kids are divided. Our kids, if they went to BAMS, would be divided into teams, and their classes would be pretty ideal size for teaching and learning, as ours are when they're fuller. So that's I have to disagree with one thing. I'm sorry I'm going on so long. I disagree with the great negotiating. And I actually think that the district has a responsibility to do even better for our students if we send them to BAMS. So what I heard on the radio was Dick DeGray from Brattleboro saying that this is a great cash influx. And I've heard at several meetings, they are not changing staffing. They are not adding teachers. They are not adding programs. They are taking our $225,000. And they, because it was not part of their budgeting process, are not limited in how they choose to use that money. It was my understanding. So I would just ask that, since the one thing we can't possibly get back if we send them to BAMS is the cultural part of things, the community involvement, and I think that they should send some of that money to a program that specifically keeps our kids learning and interacting with Guilford in some way. Thank you.
How to choose over on this side.
Jonathan Shippey, Serenity Ridge. Thank you for bringing up the cash influx that they're getting. That was one of my points I was going to bring up. I've been reading articles in the Reformer. After the last meeting, school board meeting, the article read that this was a done deal, that the decision was made and the kids are going. I have a copy of the Reformer if anybody'd like a Xerox of that article. It was totally misrepresented. We discussed it, but it wasn't chosen. That vote happens here today. Another point that I'd like to make is the vote shouldn't be made by just us in this room. The Australian ballot, I don't know how that was voted on, whether or not it was going to be used, but it should have been passed. This should be voted on by the entire town, not just the people in this room. Again, I'm not going to say which way I'm going with this, but the little handout here is misrepresentative as well. It's wrong. We do have a band. This says not available, okay? Or orchestra, whichever you want to call it. It says here that honor roll and public recognition is not given. My daughter was on the honor roll both years she was in the junior high here. She won the little ski pass to Mount Snow. For 2 years, she was awarded for her high honors. So that's wrong. So this right here was written to sway us to go to BAMS.
And it was not presented by the school board.
Okay, I'm just saying, this was written to sway the BAMS decision. BAMS has a lot to offer. I won't argue that point, but the way this is being put out to the public and to this town, it upsets me because it's weighted one way. Now, the other part of this that I have a problem with is we know what our current financial climate is. And our vote today fires 3 people. They got to go find jobs. We're talking that the finances isn't a problem. We're not a problem with that. You know why? We're taking $250,000 to $225,000 and throwing it to Brattleboro. And we're firing 3 people. They now have to go find a way to feed their families. I've been out of work. It ain't fun. I was out for 1.5 years. And then I had to spend another 1.5 years living out of state so that I could feed my family. I think we need to think about that too. We've got excellent teachers that everybody keeps praising and saying that they're awesome teachers, but you're fired. So we need to think about what we're doing here. It's not just, oh, BAMS can give our kids these clubs that they will have no chance of getting into because we're going to send 7 seventh graders to BAMS next year. 7, that's it. That's all that's going from this. And they have 7 houses in BAMS. Everybody talks about how the classes are going to be separated. So 1 kid per house. But I just think about it. Do the research on it. I mean, I don't think we should have been making this vote today. I think it should be an Australian ballot out to the entire town. And I think people need to be more educated on what this is going to do and how it's going to work. And next.
Yep, back a few rows back.
Hi, my name is Lori Black from Packers Corner Road. I've had a challenge trying to decide which way to vote, and I think people make a lot of good arguments on both sides, so I'm not going to argue with that. For me, it's about kind of the nature of this town and the experience we have from living in Guilford. Our family moved here in 1999 specifically because it's a rural, small town, and we have 2 kids who've had great experiences here. To me, I guess the question is how far we want to go with this, because we can say we want to send our kids to BAMS, and then what's it going to be? You know what? Brattleboro has a better library, too, so maybe we should close our library. Brattleboro has a bigger historical society, so we could close our historical society, too. You know, when I grew up in New Jersey, the schools are better there, too, so we could move to New Jersey and get better schools for our kids there. But Guilford is what Guilford is, and we appreciate it for what it is. So I'm just worried that it's a very slippery slope. Once we start shipping things out of town, we can ship it all out, and then we'll all live in the suburbs. I would like to ask to give the floor to 2 Guilford Middle School graduates who are not of age to vote. Can I ask permission for that?
It's up to the body, and we would have to suspend the rules to do it. If we vote on it, it requires a 2/3 majority.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
All right. We will be voting to suspend the rules and to allow, we'll do both of them together, to allow somebody who's not a voter to speak. So all in favor of allowing that, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. All right, you're on.
Hi, I'm Maya Fulton. Oh, that is loud. I'm Maya Fulton Black. That was my mom. And I graduated from Guilford 4 years ago. I went here for 9 years. And I think that we should keep the middle school here. I know that there are definitely good arguments on both sides, and that BAMS has a lot to offer because it is a bigger school. It has things to offer that we can't do here, but I think that it's false balancing, because what they have to offer isn't comparable to what we have to offer here and what I personally got from my education here. I think that the community involvement that particularly the middle school gets is more beneficial than an extra year of German class, honestly. And especially the projects that we did in the middle school, I think they have stuck with me. Not necessarily just the feeling and what I learned about working in this community, I think were invaluable, and I don't think you can get that from BAMS, no matter how much the family focuses on instilling those values, which is important, but it's just not something you can offer anywhere but at Guilford Middle School. Projects like the Guilford Gazette, I mean, there's business side and producing the paper and the online aspect. I did the community history project. I looked at pictures from this town from hundreds of years ago. Well, maybe not hundreds, but they were old. When I think about my time at Guilford, which was 9 years, I think about the middle school. And I think it was invaluable, my time here. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Hilden Reamer-Leach. I'm from Bullock Drive. And I don't know how many of you know me, but I moved to Ecuador when I was 5 and 6, and I came back to this middle school, and I had a lot of reading and writing issues. And still in 6th grade, I still felt like I wasn't ahead with all the classmates. But when I got to the middle school, all the teachers were so helpful. Those 4 teachers made my middle school experience. They taught me that I can ask questions and get help when I need help, and that I can be a leader, and I can be productive, and I can have a voice, and I can stand up for myself. And I think, and I really received that individualized attention that I needed. And I don't think that if I had moved to BAMS when I was 6, I don't think I would be who I am right now. I think I would be much shyer, and I don't think I would have the great friends I do and everything like that. I also think that for programs like languages that we'd be able to have at BAMS, I didn't feel disadvantaged at all. When I went into high school, I passed all through the Spanish courses, and I've now gone up through the last Spanish available class that they have, and I'm taking an independent study because I was beyond the level that some of the BAM students were. And I also think at the end of it all, it's the student's choice to succeed. And it's really about learning the skills that you need to do well in high school, like learning good work ethic and good social skills, being able to work in groups, and that's what I learned in Guilford.
While we're right there in that row.
My name is Linda Hay. I live on Coolidge Highway. I volunteered to work with the kids here back in November. We put on a play at the Grange based on a historical novel, and I was totally blown away with these kids. I've been working with kids since 1971, and the Guilford kids were the best I've ever worked with. The caring about one another was amazing. And some of the kids really weren't going to be comfortable speaking out loud before a large group. But their classmates were just so incredibly supportive. And as I hung around, I watched them working on the Gazette and other projects. And I felt like these kids, they're my community. I don't have children of my own, so I really value the experience of being able to watch them blossom. Now, I also agree there's a lot of inaccurate information in this. Being a retired librarian, I'm particularly interested in those resources, and I don't think there's anything that they're getting at BAMS that the kids here can't access. And not to mention, they've got fantastic teachers, a fantastic librarian here. Anna Petty lives next to me. The no advanced math, that's not true, because I share my internet connection with them. She did all her math homework on the kitchen counter, because that was where she could pick up my Wi-Fi to do her math homework. She's amazing, and she's a product of Guilford. So I'm 100% behind keeping those kids here. I remember the phrase from the 60s, small is beautiful. I believe it. I believe kids should be able to go outside and have recess, even if they're in 7th or 8th grade. I believe there should be trees and fresh air and fields around them, that's what's going to inspire them to become the people they can be. Thank you.
In the middle here, down in the middle row. No, down here in front.
Hi, I'm Terry Wonis. I live on Guilford Center Road, and one of my least favorite things in the world to do is speak in front of a large group of people. But this is something that's really, really important, and when this first came up, I was adamantly opposed to it. I did not want Forrest, my son, who is a 4th grader, he is in the larger class that I think the first woman that spoke referred to, I wanted him to stay here. I didn't want him to go to Big Bad BAMS. And I realized that was more about my wanting to keep him and not let go. And going to middle school, it was sort of that, him going off into the big bad world. And I realized I needed to step away from that and start listening to what was being said by our school board. And what I heard is that there's just a lot of opportunity there, that Guilford School, the great school that it is not capable of providing. I know that there are people that think that that is a choice. I don't know whether or not that's true. I just know that there's opportunity available at BAMS that I don't feel that he will get here. There also seems to be concern about behavior that kids will get into at the middle school, at BAMS. They're going to find that stuff no matter where they are, and it's our jobs as parents and part of the kids' lives to build relationships with them so that they will talk to us when those things come up, and that's whether they're here at Guilford or whether they're in Brattleboro. I just hope that people will think about the opportunities that are available. The one thing that I heard, the clubs. The way those clubs were presented in this meeting, it sounded really cliquey and exclusive. And my understanding of those clubs, based on the meetings that I went to, the board meetings where they discuss those clubs, they're 8 weeks long so that all of the kids can have an opportunity to participate in them. They're smaller groups. And they're really cool things. They're like robotics, and I can't remember some of the things that they offer. But I think that's what turned me around on this, is I realized that there are things that kids can tap into, that they will be exposed to, that will help them tap into things that will make their heart go pitter-patter. Maybe those life-defining moments, that they could have through those experiences. And, Guilford is a great school. I just think that there's some opportunities at BAMS that will better serve our kids. Thank you.
Over on the wall over there. I'm trying to be fair and in some cases have a couple people so we don't have to run the microphone so much back and forth, but trying to be inclusive.
Hi, Tanya Bosley from Hale Road. I'm kind of an odd person to speak on this because I've chosen to homeschool my kids. In large part because I feel like the world is speeding up, and in their youth, I'd like to keep it as slow as possible for as long as possible. And however, I love our community and love the kids in this community and care about them very much. So I don't really want to say a whole lot, except for that I feel like since we've already suspended the rules about non-voters speaking, I would like to hear from current students from Guilford who can speak about, frankly, that group of 8th graders over there changed my mind on this, because as a homeschooled student, my older daughter probably could stand to gain more from the transition happening, because she could take a language class or whatever if we were combined with the middle school in Brattleboro. But these kids loved their experience here and are totally in opposition to this transition for the people who are coming up behind them in school. I know Jenna, who is a current student and stands to be affected by this decision, is also interested in speaking. So I wanted the microphone so that I could request of everybody that we hear from a representative of the 8th grade. They've elected Elijah. And if all are willing, to also hear from Jenna, who would have to go to BAMS if we make this decision. I would like to hear from them very much. Thank you.
I'm thinking that this is a meeting of the voters, and so it's valuable. Where are we going to stop? And I see a hand in the middle there, Janet. I'm sorry. Yes. Not.
Wait, could we vote to choose two and then call it? I mean, just because so many of us adults have so much to say, and yet. These are the
I think
people who
what
are going to
we're-
be...
These are the voters, these are the ones that have the questions, they are the ones that should articulate that and give an indication of what they're doing.
Okay.
And I think...
Can we vote like we did?
Well, then the voters who are voting on this issue...
Sorry, Elijah. Since we voted to hear non-voters before, could we vote to hear non-voters again? Yes. Okay. So if we've already voted to waive that, I'm
No, you have
confused
to,
about...
each time you have to vote every person to be allowed to speak. And I'm going to say, you can speak there in the middle of the room.
Neil,
Okay.
I've been sitting here patiently, and we've had numerous meetings.
Marianne.
You got me on that.
My name is Marianne Parrott. I live on Guilford Road. And I'd like to propose that if, I have some serious questions about young people speaking impassionately and then being voted against, that they're kids, they're not adults, and they don't always see things in the larger scale. So I'd like to propose that if there's time after any voters have had their opinions heard or questions answered, that then we consider having other, not non-voters, including kids, speak to the issue also.
Would anyone else, Ann?
I just want to weigh in on this issue of having kids speak. I think that, I understand that a few kids had spoken in favor of keeping the kids here. I gathered that, your understanding was these 8th graders want to speak in favor of that as well. I've spoken with some children at the school here now who are really, really want to go to BAMS, but I don't know that we should line these kids up in a pro and con line and say, here, let's have these kids talk because they want to stay here, and here, let's have these kids talk because they don't. I think that's putting them in a pretty awkward position, and I personally feel that this is an issue that the voters should be weighing in on, period.
Jackie Gaines in the... Okay.
Thank you. Jackie Gaines, Coolidge Highway. No, I won't. I initially said I don't want to see the kids go to BAMS. Right now, I don't know how I feel about the kids going to BAMS. I've made phone calls and talked to people that I respect in community, some with students, and I think that this is about the kids. It isn't about the money. It isn't about the sports opportunities, because I have a nephew who didn't go to school here, and he got great awards for football. Okay, so I'm feeling if a student or anybody has a passion for something, they're going to succeed. I want to believe that Guilford School is still a great school. I was pretty emotionally moved by these two kids over here, not because I want the kids here, but because I felt they're more articulate than I can be, and they came through Guilford School. They want it. I do feel as though this is really about the kids in the community, not about the money, not about, that there's more opportunities for them that are not here. And I guess because the people that I did talk to, that I value their opinion, and I'm hearing there's some things that are not here. And I'm also hearing, and it really disturbs me, that there's some things that are not accurate that have been printed in a negative about Guilford School. My greatest wish would be for there to be some communities, not communities, again, I'm not articulate, organizations to study this further, because once they're gone, they're gone. I guess that's maybe not an option, but in talking to one of the parents of a younger Guilford student, she said that there is money available for free computers. She also said that there's grants that are not being sought after. I actually called a friend of mine because I'm not a high-tech person, but it's for technology. And I do feel as though I don't use it. I think that I know that I want the kids in school to be prepared. I want anybody coming out of Guilford School to have as much opportunity as they can. I'm worried about the social part of Brattleboro, and I'm kind of a social misfit maybe, because I was crying when these two people were talking over here that went through Guilford. So I think it's maybe a little too early, and I value the school board. I respect them. I just think it's because we're talking about the future of our town, and I'm going to volunteer to come up here in the winter. I have time, and I think maybe more people need to be more involved, like they're saying, in Guilford, and particularly with the kids. The kids are where it's at, and I'm really passionate about their security and their ability to succeed in the world in getting the best that they can get. And I don't want to believe that Guilford isn't that in 7th and 8th grade right now. And if it is, then I think we need to be all over the school, starting with kindergarten. If it's changed that much, I don't agree that the kids going into 9th grade are not prepared, because, again, I also look at the honor roll, and I see so many, Guilford kids high honor roll, and so I can't believe that that's changing. I think we need to find out if it is, why is it? I don't have the answers by any means, but I just really, I don't know how I'm going to vote. I might not vote. I'm thinking I don't have kids in the school. I had 3 that went through. They're great kids. They're my kids, but they're not in trouble with the law. The gentleman with the law background, he should be involved in this. He's got input. There's a lot of people. I've heard so many things. Diversity, this woman over here that had she said the blackest kids in school. She thinks it was okay. So I think maybe we're jumping the gun. I don't know. So thank you.
So next to Bill Murray, you had your hand up.
My name is John Hakeler.
Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute. I recognized somebody. She had her hand up, and then I keep looking for hands.
Thank you. My name is Patty Meyer. I also don't like speaking in front of big crowds, but I feel like I should. My kids didn't have great experiences here at Guilford School, and I was moved by those girls, but I spent a lot of other nights crying for other reasons. I think one of the hardest things about a small school is the social toxicity that can happen when kids move through 9 years in the same small grouping forever. And once you're pegged as something, you stay that something, and there's no way to get out of it. I am tuitioning 3 of my children out of this school for one of those reasons. Another thing that I found very frustrating, and it's not Guilford's fault, but it was a reason that was given to me. When the kids were younger, I asked, as did several other families, if there could be more differentiation in the curriculum to challenge kids on the enrichment side, as well as help kids on the other side of the learning scale. And we were told no, because there's not enough money to go on both sides of that spectrum. And the quote was something like, we don't have Title I money here in Guilford. And it's not Guilford's fault, it's just a product of the size of the community and the proportion of learners that need Title I and don't need Title I, but we don't have those resources. So no, your children cannot receive enrichment because we cannot pay teachers to do that. That was frustrating. And I want to speak to the idea of having come through this small community and then gone to Big Bad BAMS. I have a kid who's filled with anxiety. He's got a lot of anxious needs. And I was nervous about BAMS, but he loves it. He is having a fantastic time. He does happen to have Julianne Egan for a teacher and an advisor. He comes home happy. At the end of the day, he wakes up happy to go to school, and now I sleep through the night, and I'm really psyched about that. There are many kids who have enjoyed Guilford School, and I'm really happy for them, but I'm just a parent who had kids that had miserable times here.
All right, back there next to, behind Eric Morris, you had your hand up.
I'm John Hakeler. I live on Spring Hill Road. I'd just like to report on an experience I had related to the quality of the school. We have two boys that graduated from Guilford Central School. Both of them attended Northfield Mount Hermon. Our first son, the eldest son, he graduated here, I believe it was in 1990. This is a few years ago, and maybe things have changed. There were two kids from his class that were going to Northfield Mount Hermon. The school, Northfield Mount Hermon, hadn't had any attendees from Guilford in some period of time. So they did a little evaluation of the school to try to know where to place these students in regard to the studies that they would take at Northfield Mount Hermon. They looked at the program here related to textbooks and the education that was given. I believe they came back, there was some communication with Guilford, and they were told that this is one of the better programs they had seen. Backing that up a little bit, when kids go into Northfield Mount Hermon, they're given exams with the idea of, so the school knows where to place them in mathematics, science, and English, what level they should be operating at. Our son, who had just graduated from here, got the highest English scores on that exam. So I would believe that the quality of what is coming out of the school is a very good basic education. Maybe we don't have a lot of the frills here, but I think that the kids are getting what they need to accelerate. Both of my boys have shown this. And as far as athletics and such, my youngest son was competing on Division I level in sports in college. So, you know, I'd just like to mention that hopefully it will help a little bit with some people's decisions. Thank you.
Eric, right in front of you, John.
I'm Eric Morse, live on North Belden Hill Drive. I had two children who graduated from 8th grade at Guilford. They had went on to Brattleboro High School, had great high school experiences. I felt like it was really great coming from Guilford, going into the high school at that level. And I've always been very, very supportive of keeping the kids in Guilford as long as possible. But I think times have changed. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, you know, we're comparing Guilford Middle School and BAMS, but BAMS is 7th and 8th grade. Guilford Middle School is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. It's my understanding that the only reason the 6th grade is in the middle school is because of the numbers. Like, that's just the way it worked out, the number of teachers, the number of kids. And I have a feeling that we'd be serving the 6th graders well for them to not be in this middle school situation at Guilford if the 7th and 8th grade moved to BAMS. You know, there's the increased opportunity, which is very good. There's the nurturing environment here. But like I said, it's numbers, it's history. Times are changing. And I feel like now is the time to make that change. I noticed that John Christensen is here, who was on the school board when it was decided to go from the 14 one-room schoolhouses in Guilford to this Guilford Central School. And I imagine there were similar arguments about, you know, that kind of transition at that time. And I just have the feeling that we're at that historical point again where the numbers, the population is changing, the opportunities, the world is different. I just feel like now it makes sense to move on. and have this change.
In the back of the room there, with the turquoise shirt on, is that Laura? Yeah.
My name is Laura Lawson Tucker. I live on Guilford Center Road. And I want to respond to Eric. I actually believe because times are changing, we need to protect our school as a K-8 school for that reason. I think that it's not because I worry about what's at BAMS. It's not that at all. I know BAMS is a good school. I know Ingrid Crisco is an awesome administrator. It's not any of that. But what it's about for me is that we have a choice right here in our town to have a K-8 school, that provides these amazing leadership opportunities for the youth of our school to be plugged into their towns. Think about life today. You get up, get in your car, drive to work, kids get on the bus, go to school. Everyone's got all their different screen time, good or bad, but they have it. Like we're living in a virtual world. And I think being connected to your home community town and to feel like you matter in a face-to-face, small town way has really important value that we cannot get at BAMS. I know BAMS is a good school, but we have something really valuable here. Times are changing, and I don't want to lose what we do have.
Ken, right next to...
Ken Hiley, and I've taught at BAMS and the senior high and do 4 wins here at the school. And I came here today with usually I come to this with an idea of what I want to vote for. I came here with balance. I have no idea. So I have nothing to push except that I appreciate what I'm getting. It's all the people here talking, and that's what's making a difference to me. So I'm glad we don't have an Australian balance. I'm glad we're going to do it here. Thank you.
Don, I saw your hand up first.
Luckily, most of you read the article I wrote for the Gazette, which is great because I don't have to go on and on about my position on the 7-8 going to BAMS, and I've stated my opposition to it for all sorts of touchy-feely reasons. And so I wanted to take this little bit of time to talk about something that hasn't come up yet, which has a lot to do with this, and that is if this is voted, we will have a remaining K-6 school, and I have concerns about the resulting strength of this school if that happens. For one thing, we will be losing some student population, and I put some stuff around, a copy of the section of Title 16, which we old school board members know and love well, which is the Vermont Education Statutes, and it's the part that deals with the weighted membership of a student body, what's called the equalized pupil count. And a concern that I have is that when we lose middle school students, we will be losing more than the equivalent of 1 student for each body that moves out of the school. Will be losing 1.3 the way it's counted, because secondary students are counted as more of a student than a K-6 student. And similarly, preschoolers are counted as, and I have the figure, I wrote it down for you guys, 0.46. So what happens is, even if we bring a preschool in, we have fewer students replacing the other students, and this has nothing to do with education. This is all about funding. But we will have a smaller school, we'll have the equalized pupil problem, and we'll simply have fewer kids here, and so that is likely to affect our cost per student, which is very important for state funding. On top of that, the school board has, with some rationality, put in some cuts to some of the remaining staff, specifically art, music, physical education, and library, on the theory that there will be fewer kids in the building and therefore those services may be cut. And I don't believe there's that strong a direct relationship. I think we need those things here as much as we ever did. They've already been cut, and I have real concerns about what we're leaving the K-6 kids here with. And I don't like to express it this way, but several people have already said this to me, so I guess it's okay. It feels as though we're doing the 7-8 business kind of at the expense of the K-6 students, and that is a concern that I have. And by the way, the fellow talked about the Australian ballot, and a lot of people have been complaining to me about this, and this is just obviously a point of information. That was voted by you, the town, back in November 19th. And there were only about 45 or 50 of us who decided to turn out for that. And so people keep saying to me, who decided that? You guys did. And those of you who weren't here decided by not coming. And that was really an awful turnout. I think it was a hard time of year, who knows. I actually voted for the Australian ballot, even though I don't usually like Australian ballot, because I was concerned that a lot of people would feel they hadn't had the opportunity to vote on this. But I also support what Ken said. It's much more valuable to have those of us here talking about it than just numbers. So thank you very much.
I saw a hand in front of Peter Hetzel. In front of you, Peter? I think somebody, yeah.
I'm Retha Reno on Coolidge Highway. I would like to make a motion that we end discussion and just vote on this already.
All right, this is a motion to move the question, and it's not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote. If you, do we have a second first? Okay. So anyway, if you're voting yes, you're voting to cease debate, and we will go directly to voting on this. If you're voting no, you are voting to continue the debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate and speaking no more about this and voting directly, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. To my ear, that is clearly a 2/3 majority. So you have voted to cease debate. So now we will be voting on Article 7. If 7 people are willing to do I see 7 hands. Okay, we will do this by paper ballot. And you all should have gotten your voting cards and a, all right, pick one please, the Board of Civil Authorities says. The results on Article 7, yes, 130, no, 91. So now do you need that repeated? Yes votes were 130. No votes were 91. So now we move on to Article 8. Nothing to do with me. Well, maybe I can stand back. Article 8. I'll read this once. Section 5311B of Title 16 requires school budgets to be divided into 2 questions for voter approval if 2 conditions are met. The first condition is met if the current school year district education spending per equalized pupil exceeds the statewide average. The second condition is met if education spending in the district's proposed budget for the coming year exceeds the current year spending adjusted by an inflation index plus 1%. If a school district meets both conditions, the ballot shall be in the following form. The total proposed budget of $2,902,630 is the amount determined by the school board to be necessary to support the school district's educational program. State law requires the vote on this budget to be divided because the school district's spending per pupil last year was more than the statewide average, and this year's proposed budget is greater than last year's budget adjusted for inflation. Therefore, first we vote on Part A. Shall the voters of the school district authorize the school board to expend $2,825,897, which is a portion of the amount the school board has determined to be necessary? What is your pleasure? Moved. Do we have a second? Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. So our budget increase is basically, first of all, healthcare, and I believe everyone knows about that issue right now. It's across the board increases. For our school itself, it's about a 14% increase, which really is a substantial number for us. We also had some major issues with our building. We had to put off some windows that we wanted to do and things like that because we already are asking you to increase our major repair fund by an extra $13,600. We also put back in the $29,000 for our buses because we have definitely decided to keep our buses locally here and our bus drivers locally here. Let's see. The biggest part on our major repair would be the alcove out near the kitchen area going outside. It's starting to rot out and cave in. We just have to deal with that. We can't, it's an unsafe thing. We need to deal with some tiling and we need to deal with restrooms. So it really was something that we had to weigh and find what was the best thing for the Guilford School. As we, as a board, are in the process of doing a 5-year plan of maintenance because there's a lot of maintenance that has not been done on this building in a long time, and we're trying to get a handle on that. The outside of the building has not been painted since 1957, and things like that. So there's some issues that we really need to deal with. So those are the big differences in our budget.
Any further discussion on this portion of the budget? Yes, Vita.
I don't have to answer.
I'm opposed to the passage of this budget.
There's a microphone right behind you, Vita.
Okay, thank you. I'm opposed to the, can you hear me now?
Yes.
To the passage of this budget, and I have reasons. This Part A and Part B are really separate matters, but the legislature and perhaps the State Education Department wrote this article in this way, and it is the law. So it's unfortunate, but these are two separate articles in one. I'm speaking now on A. There are 40 delinquent taxpayers in Guilford this year. Last year there were 20. 40% of the children in this school are on free lunch or reduced lunch. I don't know how people can say that we should just pass this without going to school board meetings and getting the facts. What is the staff? The paraprofessionals last year were 7. This year, you can't.
You're not talking the mic, so they can't.
You can't hear? Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, if I make too close, then it's too foggy. Thank you. Last year we had 144 students. This year we have 132 students, yet we have the same number of paraeducators. The paraeducators receive tens of thousands of dollars in medical and dental insurance. We have too many paras. Now, the principal may think it's fine to give his secretary, who's an efficient lady and good lady, a $4,000 increase in salary this year. I don't think so. The people of the town, many of them are hurting. See, we the taxpayers. We foot the bills, not the people who work in the school and may live in another town, and who have sizable incomes. The sound system is lousy today. So if you can't hear me, or if my speech is muddled, please speak up, and I can change that. So the people are hurting. I told you that. The children, he's adjusting the sound system. This should have been done at the beginning of the meeting, by the way. But anyway, thank you. How's that? Nothing? You can hear? I could speak better without a microphone, but I'm only doing what I'm told to do by the moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. People cannot afford a 100,000. Read the summary page in the town report. We cannot afford a $100,000. That's another item, ladies and gentlemen. $100,000 increase in the total budget. This article is written in this way, the one we are voting on, because that is mandated by law. And then later on, after we vote on A, we will vote on B. They don't have enough money? Oh, isn't that a shame? They want $78,000 more. This $78,000 approximately was the amount of money that would have been saved with the removal of the secondary school teachers. If you read the town report, you see secondary school teachers, it has 0. See? Well, you know, you've got to read all these pages. It's not easy because one amount seems to cancel out another. And I will say this now, and I will say it later. Nobody other than a Guilford taxpayer may speak to these issues or anything pertaining to the taxes. Nobody from Brattleboro. Do you hear me? Nobody from Brattleboro. This was slipped through last year. We cannot allow this. We only are allowed once a year, ladies and gentlemen, to vote upon our taxes. That's the law. And what is the law also is that no non-resident of our town of Guilford may address the body without our permission. Last year we didn't give our permission. We were not given a chance to vote. Everything went too fast. I will fight this. So I'm warning those who do not live in Guilford, if they think they can get up and speak, they're in for trouble. What goes around comes around. Well, so much for Article A. I oppose it.
Do we have further discussion on this Part A? Well, seeing none, we will proceed to vote on Part A. You will be voting to authorize the school board to expend $2,825,800 $2,825,897, which is a portion of the amount the school board has determined to be necessary. So to authorize that amount, you may say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Nay.
I didn't expect to vote. Yeah, I didn't expect to vote.
Yeah, that was certainly not very definitive. All right, everybody ready? So if you vote yes, it'll be an authorization to spend that amount of money. All those in favor of voting for that expenditure, say aye. Aye. All right, that's better. Those opposed, say nay. Well, the ayes have it. So Part A, Stage 1, we move forward. Part B, if Part A is approved by the voters, shall the voters of the school district also authorize the school board to expend $76,733, which is the remainder of the amount the school board has determined to be necessary. What's your pleasure? All right, the motion as written has been moved. Do we have a second? And do we have discussion? Would you like to speak to that? Anyone? No? Do you want to speak, Vita? Yes.
Well, you just passed A. Part B. Well, somebody told the school board, the higher-ups, the school board doesn't create all these mathematical figures. They deliberate upon them. Somebody told the school board, guess what? Under Part B, under the law, we can get you $76,000, etc. if it's past March town meeting day. What do you think of them apples? Listen, they already got Part A. They got $2,825,000, etc. For heaven's sake, people, don't give the school board and the school all of this gravy and padding of the budget. It's padding. Don't give them this $76,733. You know what that makes the taxpayers look like? Naive and stupid people, which we are neither. We're intelligent people. Don't make them make you feel ashamed because you don't vote for Part B, that you don't vote their way, the people who created this Part B. They could have said under Part B, well, would you give us $5 more? And they would be obeying the law. $10, even $10,000, I might have given it to them. But $76,000? Come on, vote no on Part B.
Lisa?
Yeah, when you get a chance. When you get a chance.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to admit that I'm totally confused and ask you guys to explain this to me. And I feel like the tenor raises my stress level and I cannot think mathematically. So I would love it if you guys could put together the votes we did a long time ago before all the talking about those 2 extra articles of, was there something about taking money and applying it to this, or am I going so far back it was before lunch? Did we say anything about money earlier related to school budget?
Surplus?
The surplus, thank you. That was the town, great, thanks. So could you just explain to me what this money is going to get us because I don't think you're taking it from us. I think we are deciding to put it into our school. And I actually, as long as I have this, and hopefully it's the last time, would like to say that every time we talk about paraprofessionals, I mean, that is the most bang for our buck we can get in providing attentive adults in the environment. It is just absurd. I mean, the next time I hear that, I'm going to move that we increase it. So please don't bring it up again.
Dan, you had your hand up.
I just want to say this is. I've been on the board for 3 years, and I appreciate what the town did and elected me as a school board official and as a chairman. I just want to let the town know that under no circumstances, and if anybody knows me, would I allow the school board to waste money. We've sat in classrooms, we've watched, we attend days here all day in session. We deliberate over hours and hours and hours. And there's nobody here probably more than me that hates to pay taxes, but we have to educate our children. And this is the only way we can really educate our children to the best of our abilities. Can it be improved over a time? Yes, but we have to spend money, unfortunately, to educate our children.
Any more? Susan, you haven't spoken yet.
Susan James, Weatherhead Hollow. I'm confused about this article. Would you explain Part B, please? I got lost in there.
Absolutely. So what this is, we've had such small increases in our school budget in the last 5 years that what happened with the mathematical problem, how they figure out what we should be spending for our school, with the increases this year and the different things that I went through before of why we had the increases we had, we went over what is the standard the state felt that we should fall at. So that's why this became an A and B vote. The whole vote is for the entire budget. A and B added together is what we are saying as a board we feel it's going to cost to educate our children. The B vote is not extra gravy. It is not anything special and spectacular. It is the number that went above what the state felt we were going to fall at.
Don?
I'm going to ask to have an amendment to increase this budget by $17,000, which I believe would bring the total of Part B to $93,733. I'm aware that I'm not permitted by statute to direct the school board as to what this amount represents, but I would be happy to advise them if it passes or if someone wants to know that. Thank you.
All right, we have an amendment on the floor. Do we have that seconded? Seconded.
I'd like to know what it's for.
Don, you introduced this, so you may speak to it.
And I am very mindful, having served in this honorable position, which Mr. Sisto is about to vacate, and I thank him for his service. Being school board chair is pretty hard work. And we always used to say it was unrewarding. I don't know if it was, but my intent here would be, if the board asks and if this passes, which is somewhat doubtful, I'm sure, to restore the cut in the music program that is incorporated in this budget. There are cuts, as I mentioned earlier, for the remaining K-6 kids in 4 different general, or what they call specials, in the school system. And the amount of all of those together, I think, is probably $65,000 or $70,000. And I still want to keep living in this town, so I decided to just pick the one that I wanted, and the one I want, because everybody knows of my lifelong involvement in music, and the fact that I've been very involved in music in this school as a parent whose son went through the music program here, went on to do very well at the high school in the band. And also, as representative of Friends of Music at Guilford, I've been running a music enrichment program in this school to try to bring more music in here. It's a small program, but it costs every bit that Friends of Music has been able to raise. In fact, tomorrow morning I'll be in here. We're doing a 3-day residency starting tomorrow with the middle school kids. Of the various cuts, the one that hit me the hardest was this cut to the music department, which had already been cut from 100% to 90% a couple of years ago. And my understanding is this is a further 20% reduction in time to 70%. And I can give you details, but I'm not going to. I've worked very extensively with the 2 music department staff. I really revere them. I think they're great. I think their program is great. And this is just my personal gesture for keeping something that was in the cuts for these kids.
Any more discussion on this amendment? Yes, Evelyn.
Evelyn McLean, sorry, it's McLean and McLean, but what Don didn't say, something I feel really strongly, is that part of the decision to send our kids to BAMS is to give them broader opportunities. But the budget that we're voting on takes opportunities away from the elementary school children by cutting art, by cutting music, by cutting the library, by cutting phys ed. Like Don, to me, music is the most important. I don't know where your heart is, but part of this effort now to restore some money to the budget is to be able to have a quality music program for the kids in the elementary school, and removing time from the music teacher's schedule will reduce what they get. The fact is, very few middle school kids are currently taking part in that music program, so it will be cutting time from the kids who will be remaining, and I think that's a real issue. We're taking away from them. Thank you.
Did you have a comment on this amendment? Veranda and then Ann.
I guess this is a chance for our family to talk, but I also am in favor of this amendment, and I was thinking about the phrase collateral damage came to mind in our decision to send the kids to the middle school. We have a librarian media educator, Susan Hesse, in the school, who's just the most brilliant woman I've worked with. What a fantastic educator she is for all of the students in the school. And I think with these cuts, and of course, I can't advise you what to do, but with these cuts, we'll probably lose her entirely, for our students. And that would be a great loss.
Ann?
I guess I'd like to ask the school board, with the budget you've proposed, how much music would a third grader get? Would it be, if you could describe to me the number of minutes of music they would get per week, as well as the library. I didn't think the library was cut, but maybe I'm wrong.
I cannot give you minutes. I'm sure someone in the room will jump in on this, Ann. But I will say the cuts that we made, the 20% for library, I want to be very accurate here, library, 20% for music, that would be because that 20% was what was taken up with the middle school students. So there is no cut to the third grader in music. There is no cut to the fourth grader in music or art or gym. What we cut was the time that was dedicated to 7th and 8th graders because they would no longer be here in this budget.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, John.
Just a quick question, because I'm trying to make the numbers work here, and they're not working for me. So we've got a $94,000. You're transferring $11,495, and then $83,505 to defray the costs for 2014. We voted on that. We voted on that a couple hours ago. Then we just voted in a budget of $2,902,630. So, and then we did all these cuts to programs. You're telling me that our school budget went up $200,000 from last year to this year?
No. Could you tell me what page you're looking on, please?
I'm looking at the amendments. I'm looking at Article 5 and 6.
Yeah, what page are you on, please?
85.
Thank you.
I'm looking at Articles 5 and 6. Plus, you guys wanted a permission to take out a loan for even more money. And then I'm just confused at the numbers.
This is not for the amendment, is it?
I want to see the numbers clarified.
It sounds as though he's trying to figure out the numbers here. So
why we're asking for another $78,000 when we just gave $94,000 and we just defrayed $94,000, and then you want another $78,000 on top of what the state says we should be spending? I'm confused.
I think you're putting different numbers together. The $94,000, okay, that was the increase that would happen on top of the budget that you're looking at right now if we kept the children here in Guilford, okay, for middle school. The budget we're working off of, trying to get you an exact number, is $2,902,630, but that's not what we've passed so far. We only voted on A.
Okay,
We only voted on A, and Neil, could you tell us that number, please?
$2,825,897.
So the other 78 added on there gets you to your total budget.
Okay.
Are you following me now?
I've got that number, but what about, so what's the 94 for that we've...
The 94 would have been if this town had said to keep the children here in, it's not even in that book. It was if the children stayed here for middle school, 7th and 8th grade, that would have been the additional we would be putting on top of this because of our middle school teachers' incomes and all of the things we'd be adding back in.
Okay, then what is Article 5 and 6?
Revenue. It's revenue coming in.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
To offset what we don't.
Okay. See if the town does will vote to transfer.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll come to you, Katie.
Our 8th graders deserted us.
Not a problem. I just want an explanation.
Article 5 and 6 is addressing a budget surplus from 2012 of $95,000.
Oh,
so we had extra.
Okay, so in 2012, there was $95,000 extra dollars at the end of the year. What they would like to do is take those $95,000, and it's broken between these two funds right here, and apply them to reduce taxes in 2014. So it's going to offset the revenue that's applied to the budget, because the budget and your taxes are calculated on revenues and expenses.
Yep, debits, credits and debits.
Yes.
So it's going to reduce the two.
It's going to, along with other revenues, it's going to reduce the budget, but the budget is the budget regardless of what the revenues are.
Okay.
So if we had someone who wrote a nice big fat check for $2,902,000, we wouldn't have any education. Well, that's not necessarily true because we contribute to the education fund. If we funded ourselves, I stand corrected.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So the two articles that you're talking about here are revenue.
95 and throw it back at the taxes, but you're going to keep the budget as is.
Correct.
So if we
Expenses are expenses regardless of what revenues are.
Okay.
All right, I essentially agree with you, but I was hoping that
Is that okay, Ron?
we
When
could
I
get
just,
some kind of
even though you're not allowed to
feeling
talk,
here
I'm sorry.
on what, Steve? Where'd the micro? Oh.
Are we doing the amendment?
Steve Redmond, I'd just like to call the vote on Don's particular proposal, which is, I think, $13,000 addition for music, whatever the amount is, the additional amount to be added to this. I'd like to hear a vote on that.
So you're speaking in favor of the amendment? I didn't...
It's moving to vote.
Not on Part B, but on Don's proposal to add...
Yeah, okay. Well, all right. If there's no objection, we will, in lieu of a two-thirds vote, I think I sense that people would be willing to vote on the $17,000. So if there's no objection, we'll go ahead and vote on the amendment, which is to add $17,000 to the $76,733. And all those in favor of changing that amount and adding $17,000 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. I would say that the nays... Yes.
Could we get the exact number of people who voted yes and no on this amendment?
Do you want us to do division?
Well, would you, Mr. Moderator, ask them again, because I thought it was unclear.
Vita is within her rights even after a vote, and if I've indicated yes or no, it's possible for us to, she is in effect calling what they call division. So the idea is to stand and be counted, and so each side would be, so then we would get numbers one way or the other. Alternatively, we could do it as a paper ballot if there were 7 people that wanted to do that. So those are the two things we're facing here. If
I'll second that one.
7 hands. All right, this will be a paper ballot.
It's on the amendments only.
On the amendment, yes, indeed. Yes, 62. No, 70. The amount has been, the amendment has been defeated. So now we are back to Part B as written. Do we have any further discussion on Part B? Steve?
Hi, Steve Redmond, Guilford Center Road. I just want to explain, because I think I understand what a lot of people maybe still don't understand about this. We've had a few years where our school budget has not increased very much. As a result, it's increasing somewhat more this year, and we're doing some catch-up on maintenance. As a result, it triggers a state law which says you have to divide up your amount into 2 different votes, Part A and Part B. So basically, they divide out the amount that it's supposed to increase as the first vote, and then they add on the additional amount that brings it up to the level that it needs to be that we vote on as the total budget. This law that splits this vote is apparently, this is the last year it's going to be in place by the state. It's a kind of a weird law. But at any rate, that explains why this is a split vote, why it's 2 sums instead of just 1 single sum as you're used to voting on. So I hope that clarifies it a little bit.
Any more comments on Part B? Lisa?
I know there must be someone else thinking this. I just wish more people would speak up so I could blend in a little better. It's not me speaking up too much, it's you not sharing what you're thinking. So, as someone who works in schools, I feel guilty that before the vote happened on Don's amendment, I didn't say this, but I thought someone would. I think it's really important to think about the quality of education that we are voting for. There is dedication to teaching, and there are just normal human characteristics. And one thing that is really important is that when people get reduced in hours, whether it be the same people in the positions, whether they walk away from the position or retire and someone else comes in, it makes it harder across the board to achieve excellence for our kids. And there are a couple key, actual pragmatic reasons. One, so maybe the music teacher is only doing music with the middle school a certain amount of time, or PE, or art, or library, which is very near and dear to my son's heart. But they are in the building. They are present. They are rubbing shoulders in the hallway with our kids and with their peers, the other teaching colleagues. As they are interacting, they are having ideas. They are building collaborations. These are the things, honestly, where BAMS is exceeding us. And we just voted to send our middle school there, and then we're voting to make our school less like the one we want to send them to. And I was okay with the BAMS thing either way. I could see it. I really didn't know what the best answer is. But I am absolutely not okay as a responsible citizen or an educator with doing this. It is what is it called? Penny wise and pound foolish. And I'm going to hope optimistically that someone makes an amendment, a move to amend, and that maybe you didn't vote yes enough people for Don's because you thought we should restore them all. All right, but also being a penny pincher myself, perhaps we should split the difference and think about not cutting 20%, cutting 10%, seeing what happens for this year and revisiting it next year. So, I mean, if someone else would make a movement, I would rather. I'm not good at that.
Robert? All right, we have a motion to call the question. You're familiar with it by now. We've ceased debate. Do we have a second? Second. And requires a 2/3 vote. So we will be voting now to cease debate and to go directly to vote on the main motion, unamended, Part B. All those in favor of ceasing debate, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. We are ceasing debate, and we are going to be voting on Part B. Shall the voters of the school district authorize the school board to expend $76,733, which is the remainder of the amount the school board has determined to be necessary? All in favor of expending that amount, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. And we are done with Part B. We're getting close.
Getting there.
Article 9. To see if the town school district will authorize capital expenses for asbestos abatement in an amount not to exceed $50,000 to be financed over a period not to exceed 5 years. Funds for the first year share of this expense were included in Article 8 in the amount of $18,167. What is your pleasure?
So moved as the article is written.
All right, we have the article on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. And would you like to discuss that?
Yes, I would. I'm Tara Henry. I live on Sweet Pond Road. Is it not on? Sorry. Okay. How's that? Better? Okay. After last town meeting, the school board was asked by the town to do some research about asbestos abatement, and we went to work right away on that, and we got bids. We ended up voting on a bid from Catamount Environmental Incorporated. They are a local business company out of Wilmington. They've been around for quite a long time. Because this is such a touchy issue, I'm going to give facts because I think it's really important. So on this bid, the asbestos abatement is going to cost $22,900. The final air clearance will cost $1,500. The state notification fee will cost $450. The total being $24,850. Now, and not to exceed $50,000. What Catamount is agreeing to do is to remove approximately 440 square feet of asbestos-containing ceiling tile from 3 classrooms and a hallway, removal of a total of approximately 120 linear feet of asbestos-containing pipe insulation from 4 locations, and the removal and disposal of 1 asbestos-containing sink. The asbestos waste will be disposed of in a landfill operated in accordance with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and copies of disposal receipts will be furnished to us and the school. Prior to removal of containment tents, a visual inspection and appropriate AHERA clearance air shall be obtained from inside the containment tent by an asbestos consultant. This cost shall be the responsibility of Catamount Environmental. A lockdown encapsulant will be applied to surfaces from which asbestos-containing material have been removed, and we will be furnished with a minimum of $2 million asbestos general liability insurance, with an additional $4 million umbrella liability insurance. Now, on top of this bid of $24,850, there's going to be additional things that will need to be done. We're going to, for the removal of all asbestos ceiling tile and 1 sink and all the piping, we're going to need extra contractors to replace ceiling tiles, and that's going to be $4,200. We're going to need a plumber to re-insulate pipes and replace sink with fixtures. That's $2,000. We're going to need an electrician for $880. Portable storage will be $925. A spare custodian for up to 160 hours will be $2,000. This will take up to 15 days, and it will start July 1st. That additional cost is $10,005. So the total for an asbestos abatement program here at the school is $34,855. As of today.
More discussion, yes.
Hello, Chef Archie Pine. So does that take care of all the asbestos in the building?
There is still asbestos in the boiler room, where there's no children have access to the boiler room. And according to the EPA, that's acceptable.
It's contained.
Is it contained, or is it the doors? Is it a risk? No.
Scott, did you have a comment?
Hi, School Board. Scott Mathis, Sweet Pond Road. Quick question. Have you guys looked into grants? This is the kind of thing you have? Okay. Really?
We have, and people in the community have.
Okay.
There aren't any grants to
good that you looked.
Offset
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Vita.
I'm opposed to seeking and tearing out the asbestos in this building. The widow of a former asbestos mine worker and I spoke recently. I said I would not mention the family name, and I won't, but I know the family very well. When asbestos is disturbed, it becomes powderous. And I said, well, what did the mine owners in Canada do? They were Canadian people, and friends of mine were in this closed mine. And one of these friends, an elderly lady, is still alive, and I got her testimony, too, about the mine owners' decision to close the asbestos mine in Canada near the Vermont border. When asbestos is disturbed, it becomes a menace, becomes powderous, and water is used against the asbestos to keep it from becoming powderous and entering the lungs. I have lived in 2 houses that had asbestos shingles, and years ago, like 1940, in our first house, asbestos shingles were sold to my family because Dad was told that asbestos would deter the spread of fire. That's all that was known about asbestos in 1940. I then bought a house here in 1986, and it had asbestos shingles. It's vintage. The house is 1933, so the asbestos shingles were put on in the late 30s or early 40s. I know this: if one shingle breaks or if excess asbestos shingles on my property, say, are in the garage, the asbestos becomes powderous. I don't think that the school board and the advocates of this article really know what they're playing with. You don't play with asbestos. You do not disturb asbestos. You're well-intentioned people, but I do not think you know whereof I speak. I spoke to this lady who was a widow of this gentleman, a very fine man. He died a few years ago, who was an asbestos mine worker. And the widow, just a farm couple, went and investigated this mine where our mutual friend worked, and that was what they were told. Do not disturb asbestos. I don't care what you say or how many dollars you put down. It is wrong, and I do believe it is dangerous.
Tara?
I just want to say that the reason that we're in this situation is because Mother Nature disturbed asbestos and a ceiling tile fell in the social studies room. We're just lucky that there wasn't a student or a teacher in that room. That could happen again.
Carol?
And Vita, you're right. The EPA has recommended for as many years as the asbestos has been in the building to leave it alone. But right now, the town has voted to send our middle schoolers to BAMS. One thing we as a board would like to see happen with some of the space there is to open a preschool. Right now, this town does not have an early childhood education program at all. And that's kind of a shame for a town this size, that all the children that need to be educated from birth to 5 years old have to be out of this town. One of the regulations that is required for this, and I am a part of a statewide regulation revision for early childhood ed programs right now, is that there be no asbestos in the space that preschool children are in, period.
Steve?
Steve Redmond, Guilford Center Road. It's important to understand the mechanism of asbestos and how it works. There are 2 kinds of diseases that come from asbestos. One is asbestosis, which comes from prolonged breathing. Asbestos scars the lungs. The other is mesothelioma, which is basically a cancer which is almost 100% fatal, a very fast, very vicious cancer, and its only cause is asbestos. It's caused by the penetration of as much as a single cell by an asbestos fiber. That doesn't happen all the time. It's a fairly rare occurrence. In other words, you can breathe a fair amount of asbestos and not have that fiber lodge in that particular cell in the wrong way, but if it does, basically are dead. The idea that you wouldn't disturb it is a nice idea, but it's being disturbed all the time. It's in the air, it's coming from tiles, it's here, okay? So chances are people aren't going to necessarily get mesothelioma, but the idea of removing it and also spraying onto it as something that immobilizes it, not the asbestos, after they've removed it with a tent using filters, air filters. And there's all kinds of requirements of the employees who are removing this because they're being exposed to it if they're not protected also. This is a pretty deep technological requirement. There's got to be HEPA filters. A whole bunch of stuff has to be done. So there's no such thing as not disturbing it. It's being disturbed. It's better, I think, to get it out of here, and better, I think, to immobilize it. And that's what the intention of this board is, I think. Thank you.
Marge, did you have your hand up?
How lucky you people are. This is the first time I've spoken today. I realize that this asbestos is a very important issue to talk and discuss, and I know there are a lot of strong feelings, pro and con, to removing it. However, I would like to speak for a moment about one issue that's very dear to my heart. My daughter went through school here, and she lives in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. And that town went through a horrific time in December. In 2007, we struggled to replace these doors out here. And at the time of the town meeting, I pleaded with people to consider putting bulletproof glass in the office part of it. And it was voted down.
Marge, you're out of order. This is talking about something else, asbestos specifically.
Okay, but
so
what
if you
I'm
would like to
saying-
bring this up, you could bring it up in other business.
Okay, but I want to say that I would like to cut the funding of this, to do a little more research on it and see if we can't get some other funding for it, other than putting it on the back of the taxpayers.
We have looked, community members and this board have looked for grants or other funding for this, and there's nothing out there.
Yes, Dan. We have, once again, call the question, move the question, previous question. If there is no objection, we will go right ahead and vote to on this article, because I'm sensing the mood of the populace. Is there no objection to going right to vote? We will be voting on Article 9. Pardon me?
I guess I was a little confused why there's 50,000 there when you're talking it's 35,000. Not to exceed.
Not to exceed.
Oh, okay, but can you speak to what the difference, I mean, I recognize when things are building and construction and lots of things happen, but can you explain?
A lot of it is hidden under ceiling tiles and have been hidden for decades. We don't know what's going to be under there.
Okay, so what you're saying is the difference between the 35,000 and the 50,000 is you're looking for the hidden costs?
It's not hidden, it's what
No,
might be under
I understand the 35,000, and I don't really have an issue with that because, at least for the next couple of years, I'll have a son here. But what is the, if you're saying it's 35, and I've listened to all your figures, and they didn't seem out of, out of whack, but why are you putting 50,000 in here?
Because you don't know what you're going to find.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Well, this is a point of order, so, but
That's what I was asking. I was trying to figure out what the difference between the 35 that was mentioned and the 50,000 that's in here. That's what I was trying to figure out.
It goes over budget for whatever reason.
And that's what I was trying to get at.
All right, so we are voting on Article 9 to authorize asbestos abatement not to exceed 50,000 and so on, to be financed over a period not to exceed 5 years. All those in favor of authorizing the asbestos abatement in that amount, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Article 10, to transact any other business that may legally come before the meeting. As I said before, this is restricted to non-binding items and motions and suggestions. That one comes right off.
Thank you. I would just like to acknowledge two school board members that are leaving the board in recognition and appreciation of your dedication to the students and families of Guilford Town School District during your 2 years of service on the Board of School Directors, to Tara Henry. And also in recognition and appreciation of his dedication to the students and families of Guilford Town School District during his 3 years of service to the Board of School Directors, Dan Sisto. Thank you.
Any other matters of other business? Yes, Tim.
Just quickly, I hope we have some kind of a celebration for the end of middle school at the end of this school year to celebrate the teachers of the school who've dedicated themselves to the kids, the wonderful teachers we have, and the successful program we've had up to now. So I just would like to suggest that we do some kind of event to celebrate what has been accomplished in the middle school up to now and the great teachers that we've had for our kids here.
We have been mindful about that. Thank you, Tim.
John? Go ahead, John.
I just had one question. The budget didn't have it, but have we looked into severance packages for the 3 teachers we just fired? Yeah. It wasn't in the budget, so we're not doing anything for them other than thank you for your years of service, goodbye. Here's your watch. I'm just...
Whether you members, I don't know how it works.
I take that as a no. Okay.
Haley?
I just wanted to say that I have a lot of interest in the school board and what's going on in the town and that sort of stuff civically, but I've gone to the school board meetings, a few of them, not as many as you guys have been on the board or have been involved. But I have to say that every single time that I attend something, first couple I think were based on the school bus drivers, and then also here on the moving the middle schoolers, and now here today. I'm a citizen, I'm a taxpayer, I'm supposed to ask questions, and I feel like every time I ask a question, the response is kind of snarky, and maybe that's not how you intend it to be, and maybe you're frustrated, and maybe you're overworked on doing these things, but I'm frustrated too because I'm trying to understand and I'm trying to know what it is you're doing with my money and what you're doing, the effect you're going to have on my kids and everybody else's kids. So I just wanted to say that when you're dealing with the people in the public, that maybe their questions have merit and maybe they're asking them because they don't know and they're trying to become educated. And maybe they don't attend every single school board meeting because they have other responsibilities. They have work, they have childcare issues, they have other things. So when they do attend, maybe you're frustrated because they're not at every single one of them, but maybe when they do attend, maybe instead of being rude to them and saying, why aren't people here at every single meeting, why don't you tell them how much you appreciate them being there? That's my only comment. Thank you.
Robert?
Robert Stack, Sweet Pond Road. I just want to thank you for all the work you've done this year. I mean, it's been an incredible year.
I was on the school board 20-some years ago. We suggested to the town that they tried a middle school, didn't pass. I know you spend an awful lot of time talking about this, and I know last town meeting we talked about asbestos, and we said, please, would you look into it and tell us what you think? And you did that, and you came back, you had a good budget, good plan, you did it. The question about security, I don't know if this is the place to talk about it, but I'm sure you've had conversations about it. I'm sure there's things that you have done. And I just...
A lot of sleepless nights, I have to say. Bottom line is people don't realize what an emotional task it is and what we go through.
Right, and I want to say that there are people that show up at every single school board meeting that criticize you, that talk about money, and they criticize you and they give you a hard time, and it's just torturous. I mean, it's just really difficult. And I know they're well-meaning and they have their own agenda, and I appreciate that. They do show up, but boy, it makes it hard to be on a school board sometimes. So, thank you.
Pat?
Teresa Sliano, Partridge Road. I just want to sort of support what Bob said. I was on the other side of that table for 3 years, and on the best of nights, it wasn't easy. On the best of nights, it wasn't easy. So thank you for the amount of time and energy you put into this work. I think all of us appreciate it on some level and in some way. So thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Marianne.
They thank me every time I leave. Every meeting, one of those, if not more than one, say, thanks for coming, Marianne. And I say, you're welcome. I've missed 4 or 5 in the last couple of years. If you want to know what's going on, make the change in your life and go. It's 2 nights a month for 2 hours. It's no big deal. You need somebody to watch your kid? I'll watch your kid. I have a 12-year-old that will watch your kid. Come.
Any further other business? David?
I just want to say how much I appreciate that meal that was served so efficiently by the 8th graders. And I understand that next year it'll be the kindergartners and the 6th graders.
Anything else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you.